kicking in for everybody. Hey. We're going to be starting in just a second. I'm about ready. Hey there, Fireblight Cyber now. Okay, so there's a lot of things to talk about. Firstly, I did get done what I said I was going to get done last night. I set up a lot of the coding. The 3D coding's in. I even updated the code a little bit, so it's a little fancier than it was before. We're probably not going to set up a lot of that today. Today, a lot of it is going to be spriting. A lot of it. But hey, that's part of it. Now, also, there's a few people who submitted things right at the start of the stream, which we will talk about right now. And I personally, okay. So, for those who need a refresher, yesterday I made the front-facing sprite for our character. But Cyber here submitted something which I wholly say is better than the sprite I made, which doesn't surprise me. Cyber is a very talented artist. I'm get by with what I can do. I'll show what I made, and then I'll show what Cyber's sprite is, because Cyber, your sprite is superior to mine. I can easily tell just from my own opinion. So this was the... Oh, I guess it's going to open in GIMP. So this is the sprite I made yesterday, okay? Everyone see it before you? It's not bad, especially by my standards. It comes together, and it's fine. But let me pull this up, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So, I guess I will show this as the example. So, here was... Not that I opened the wrong thing. Oh my. Here was Cyber's take on the sprite, which I think, for all intents and purposes, is superior. There's also an original size, just to show it so what it looks like on both counts. I'm going to be honest, I think it's superior to the sprite which I made. Now, I don't think the sprite I made is bad, but that one's a lot more stylized and appealing, I think. I'm curious what the peeps think, because they might be in agreement. The only thing is I'm not sure if I could recreate the style easily on my own, which means that we would need the other 3 facing directions, but yeah. I think Cyber did a good job, though. E. For comparison. Alright. Oh, well, you're ahead of the curve on me on that one. Would you mind, Cyber, if I leave spriting the girl to you then? I'm going to be focusing today then on spriting stuff for the house. I appreciate it, though, I do, because part of it is you need to make her look appealing, and I think that's an appealing little style there, and I already know that my own take, I can work with what I got, but all the same. Now, the second thing is NG submitted an icon. And as they say, it is a bit simple, but I think it's appealing, and icons do not need to be anything special. Basically, where the icon is used in the game, the icon will be used at the very top of the window. When you open up the window bar, it'll be in the top left. And on Steam, there's a little icon thing there. Their take on the icon is a literal, and I might add this to the title screen just because I think it can easily fit into the ones that were already submitted. Uwu. It's a simple uwu heart graph, but I think it works. It's simple and to the point and effective, I think. And yeah, the bobbling hair looks good. All to the point as it all comes together. So there's the updates of what people submitted, and I honestly think all of them are perfect, if I'm going to be honest. So yeah. Alright, so today, here's what our main goals are. I want to make the first room of the house inside the engine itself. But to get to that point, we're going to have to sprite stuff. Now, there's 2 steps to this. Firstly, I've built up a sprite library over time, and I want to see what sprites I can reuse, because you don't need to make everything wholly original every single time you make a game. It's, in fact, not even big developers usually do that. They reuse assets all the time. It's just because it's whatever. It's not a big deal. You own the rights to the assets. Why sprite 50 different chairs if no one cares? Like, no one's going to pay attention that you sprited 50 different chairs. You just need a few different assets of a chair, and it works. Say, you need to figure out what to put your efforts into. But I also will be spraying stuff for, to make the house have a certain look to it. So, yeah. Anyways, that's our main goal, to design the first room in the game and to get a lot of the sprite work for the house. And the house is not that big. In fact, I should get the map open because I do have a map available. I guess I should open it. Nah, whatever. This window's fine. I have to go to that and then the Doki project. I'll open up my map and keep it on hand just for reference. It was concept 3. We have a very basic outline of the house and what we're trying to go for with it right here. We have a total, I believe, 12 rooms in this. Now, there will be variations in the 12 rooms between, doing things, but all the same. And that's all right there, Fireblight. I mean, no one's obligated to stay here, obviously. So, I guess I'm going to start off with the simple things. So, like, I can make this icon, the game's icon, really easily, so I might as well just do that right now. So, for the game's icon, it's really easy in RPG Maker. I go to the icon folder, and here's the icon, and then you just edit it. That's what you do. Except, I need to do it like this, because I don't have the icon thing selected to the correct thing at the moment. Convert it, please. So, not save, Control Select. So I'm going to delete that, and now I'm going to take the uwu heart, which I will keep the base for other things, but I'm going to downscale it to fit this here. I'm going to make sure of 2 things when I downscale it, which I'll talk about. Okay, so first I'm going to choose the scale thing, and to make sure it doesn't get blurry, I'm going to change the interpolation to none, though adjust clipping actually works usually in its favor. It's a very vague little graphic. A simple but effective one. And you guys won't see the icon for a while. The icon doesn't usually appear until after the game's exported. But, it'll be there. It'll be ready. It'll be very uwu for our Kokoro when the time is right. That looks like the best way to get it to fit in there. Let me just click in to see if I should. I can make it a little bit bigger there. And that's about right there. All right. Now it's going to become a little pixely when we're zoomed in like this, but it'll look pretty good when we're zoomed down in just a second. Okay. Layer to the image size. There it is. And at 100%, it looks like this. Ooh. Now I could do a little bit filtering. I want to just see for a second what sharpening it just a bit does to it, if it looks better or worse. It looks a little bit better. Just a little bit. I can make it like super amount. Yeah, you know what? Actually, that works fine. It'll actually make the icon pop a little bit more. So there we go. Just to show the difference between the two. Alright. And now I just export that as the icon. And voila, that's now our game's icon. We won't actually see the result until the game is exported because the icon doesn't usually change until after it's been exported. Though that might have changed in 1.6.2, I've noticed. So who knows? We'll get back to the heart again whenever we're going through the Steam stuff, because I can make it a Steam tray icon thing easily. Alright, now I'm going to say this. I'm going to export this just to keep my hard work as Sophie B. Alright, so Sophie B is now a thing. I'm also going to open Recent and go into Sophie. Sophie. No, NG, you're A-okay. Trust me. RPG Maker works in very small sizes, which sometimes is a hindrance, but has its own charm to work with. Trust me when I say that. Alright, so Sophie B is saved just so I don't lose my little Sophie. But I am going to update Sophie. So, show the grid. Sorry, my Sophie. You've been replaced. And it's spring. Now, because of the way it was submitted to me, I have to do a little bit of editing, but don't worry. I know how to use image editing software. I know. Look how high-tech I am. Firstly, the background. Actually, is that just a full tile? No, okay, that's got some stuff to it. Alright, I see your challenge. I've gotcha. Okay, so I'm going to use the select tool. The select tool I think should be fine on account of the colors. Oh no, actually no, it works perfectly. Yeah, I guess it is a pretty simple color thing there. So I guess I don't have to actually increase the intensity. Now let me zoom in to make sure that's right. That is right, because they're just full pixels. Alright, and I'm going to do this with every form of background I have for a second. Get rid of all the colors. I'll let the other colors out in just a second, but first I'm going to take things frame by frame. So firstly, Sophie. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make a more proper layer. I'll make this just the face layer. Sure, face layer can it be. I'll put it at the bottom, just so it's below the other layers so I can select everything. How's it going there, Samuel? I like to do things the hard way, sometimes. It's not that I specifically go out of my way to do things the hard way. It's just, I usually learn things the hard way. I guess Sophie is the right layer to put this on. Like, there's nothing on the Sophie layer. Yeah, okay. Which means I can just delete this layer. Just delete the layer. Okay. Hi, Sophie. You can go up here. Now, the way to make you stand correctly, make sure you have basically an even space between both areas. Yeah, that's about right. There's a 1 pixel offset, but that's a-okay. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Alright. Now we're going to take you and see what layer I selected. The layer I selected was a Sophie that looks like this. Does this Sophie differ? I do not believe so. I can just get rid of these little spare pixels here. Voila. And I believe this is the same Sophie and not a different position. Correct. Which is fine and what I expected. And I already selected that Sophie, right? Let's find out. Yes, I did. Which means you're next. No, not that full layer of Sophie. We're going to go with this layer of Sophie. And now this layer of Sophie comes back. Oh, we're going to be doing a lot of spriting today. That is the main goal. A lot. And then let me say this up front. A lot of spriting. We're going to try and get the first room of the house done. Today is spriting, getting the house done, and doing such things. Alright, and then this. And then... Not you. At least I don't think it's you. You're the same standing, Sophie. I saw the other place. Means it's you I'm going after. And voila. Okay. And then move this over by 4. That should be good there. Gonna do a double check just to make sure the Sophies are aligned. When the Sophies are aligned. Hi, Sophie. I'm making sure you're aligned. That's my job. At least here it is. Alrighty. Sophie's rollout. Layer to the image size. And now I can export this as Sophie. I can only speak English there. Alright. Let me see, Cyber. Though I mean, I'll keep it. But I just kind of finished doing the work to do this. It doesn't take very long to do it, so. Thank you, though. For the feature, that would be nice. But I did fancy... let me make sure they overlay with my stuff, just to make 100% sure I have them in the right position. I'm pretty sure I do. Oh, and you already have the side sprite, so yeah. There's a little bit there, but it's okay. It's no biggie. Da, 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 da. I guess I can also put music on as I do this. So we're going to be doing a lot of spriting today. Spriting is the name of the game here. Sorry, Steph, I need to get that off your butt. Alright. It's looking good from the side angle, by the way. Spring seize the moment, and see. I'll deal with this layer. I'm just going to keep that as a temporary thing. Image to this size. There to image size. Export there in the eye. Oh, that's okay. Got it there, well, Cyber submitted this nice Sophie sprite as a replacement to the sprite which I had done yesterday. We got an icon for the game, and today we're going to be making the first room in the game, but that means that we're going to be spriting a lot of stuff at the very beginning here. I was just organizing this. So, I'm going to be making one of the simpler rooms in the game first. Not the living room, because that's actually going to be one of the more complex rooms to make. I'm going to be trying to make the front hall entrance with the skybox room here. I don't know, Cyber did a great job. Yep. The first room that we're going to be doing is going to be the front hallway entrance. The reason why this is simple is there's only going to be a few things in here, though we also going to have the skybox thing going on. Yep. However, I'm going to be spriting things more than that. In fact, I'm going to be starting off with one of the more kind of interesting but kind of boring parts of this. The first step of this is I'm going to go through basically my past sprites, and I'm going to pick and choose what can carry over, what can stick, so I don't have to resprite stuff. It saves time, and it's going to take about, I approximate this process will take about an hour. I will also mention this, I'm thinking about turning on the light. It's a little bit rainy and stormy, so it's dark today, so it's a little bit dark in here, but hey. I also want to mention this, one last thing. It's ironic that we talked about what we talked about yesterday. The spider has moved. It moved when I went away. It was there all day, but when I left, it definitely moved. And I don't know how I feel because I don't know where it went. It's definitely still in this area. As long as I don't know where it is, and if it's not like on me or in my personal bubble, I'm okay. But I don't know how. And the thing is, I thought I was imagining it when the spider came on the web. That was a really big spider. I can confirm by seeing it sit there on the wall all day yesterday, it's a very big spider. And I don't like it. I don't like knowing that it's probably somewhere in this room. But as long as it doesn't bother me, I'm not going to worry too much about it. Also, speaking about house pests, I literally, before the stream started, like 10 minutes before the stream started, actually spotted a house centipede. Which is funny because we were talking about those yesterday. It wasn't a full-grown house centipede either. It was like a baby house centipede. It was really small. And I only noticed it because it's in a very obvious spot. And I thought about doing something with it, but as I said, they can be useful. So, yeah. This is an old house, so yes, there are insects in it. Yeah, I went to make kids to terrorize. Da-da-da-da. Anyways, there's those stories for those who are curious about bug developments. Anyways, to roll on with that, our first process is going to, firstly, I want to put music on because it's going to take a little bit because it's nice to have music on when you're spriting. Ew. Oh, also, I can make the title screen right. I have an idea of what to do with the images that we have so far. Let me demonstrate some system image stuff. So, I'm going to cheat in a few ways all at once. But that's going to be part of the fun, if I may. Firstly, do I have the doll game in here? Go by name. There's something. I do not think I do. At least at a glance, I'm not seeing it. I might have not transferred it because there's some other plans I have for that doll game. I mean, I have other doll things for my other doll game stuff, but no, I do not have the actual doll thing. Okay. Was I smart and transferred it ahead of time? There's some stuff I'm going to be checking for here. I forgot to do this ahead of time, but it might be around here. Let me search up a thing called system. Okay, no. I'm going to transfer something, not today then, which doesn't matter. We're not writing the text today, so it's not going to be important. I have an idea of how to do the window skin in this game to make use of something I'm probably not going to find a use for. Unless, did I use it in something else? Maybe I used it in Romantic Corridor. That's definitely possible, which is an actual game, so I can just reuse it here. I'm going to check something. Did I? Oh, yes, I did. So I don't have to care about what I was literally just saying because I did have it. So I'm going to give a demonstration of something quickly. Let me transfer some stuff over. Date modified. Uwu Kokoro. Image. System. Put this over here. I would like to replace the file of destination, please. So this is a window skin. And I've got some idea for it. I'll send over a slightly tweaked version of the tile screen I drew. Alright, I have an idea for it, so let's go take a look. Voila. Here is this. You've made it better every single time you've sent it, by the way. It's been seeing improvements. I'll keep this open because I'll talk about this in a second. You can't stop the progress. I think this version is good, and I'll talk about this in a second because I probably not the intent you have for it, but I have an idea for it, which I'll talk about in just a second after I'm done organizing and showing off what I'm trying to do here. I guess for just attempting, I'll replace the font later, but I will use the font that I know I have access to. It's currently in Romantic Corridor. Fonts. Gloria, hallelujah. Okay. I forgot I don't have Notepad Plus in this. That actually makes me a little bit upset. I'm going to have to install that onto my computer eventually. Notepad Plus I've gotten so used to. At the moment I just have regular Notepad, which works for this, trust me, but yeah. So I'm going to give you guys a very brief impression of what I'm trying to do here. Trust me, the brief is the brief. In fact, the game's not even going to launch until I put the ship stuff in the right places. So I guess older Sophie can be the ship thing, just as a little Easter egg to me to cry to myself at night. I mean, what? I'm kidding, by the way, with this. I'm happy with the sprite that we got. Just in case. Move this there. Azzy. We'll talk about it in a second, because we haven't set anything yet. I'll talk about it momentarily. Because I have an opinion, which I'll share. But first, I want to make sure the game doesn't crash. So I want to use this window skin. I could make it fancier. But are you guys okay temporarily with this being the window skin where text and font stuff pop up from? Think it's charming, scrawly enough, or do you guys think we should do it with a different direction for the window skin? It's something which I made for another project, but that project's not going to end up using the window skin. You're on it? Not a fan? Alright. Window skins can be changed. Oh, the font. If the font's your issue, that can be changed, no problem. If your issue's the font, ignore it. The font's a placeholder. The font's not part of the window skin. The font and the window skin are separate. Also, I have low latency on today, so I'm able to respond to you guys pretty immediately. I finally remembered to turn it on. The font is temporary. Know that. The window skin is what I'm asking about. It was just a little edit, which I made. Well, not an edit, it was custom made, but all the same. Take a sip. It's raining here today, too. It's a cloudy, rainy day. No, the version that you sent will be good, NG. I'll show you what my idea is in a second. For the moment, though, what should I organize? Or I was going to get the music ready, because we're going to be doing some stuff for a little bit, so I might still play some music to it. I'll put some of the pleasant music here for us there. Putting some music on loop because we're going to be doing this for a little bit. It sounds really quiet right now because it is really quiet. Drowning. Alright. So, now to actually talk about it, I got the music stuff set up like I wanted it to. So, here is my idea. Well, I have the system folder stuff open here. System folder stuff is where you make some changes to stuff in the system of the game, and I'm going to make a suggestion here. I will say this, I think between the title screen submissions, I prefer as-is, and it's as-is I'm probably going to use. But I had this idea last night, so I'm going to go a little bit further with it. I have an idea for NGs, which will probably work nicely even. I'm going to open this up with GIMP, because that's how I roll. Hello, you. This is the loading screen thing. Now, this is actually going to be seen by more people in this particular version of the game because it's a 3D game and not everyone's computers can handle that nicely. GIMP has a special place in my Kokoro. Yeah. That's alright. Tablets and GIMP have issues, but with my mouse system stuff, it works out nicely. So, I am going to expand this for a second because I'm going to try and insert a picture into here. USB stuff, I'm going to change back to downloads so I can mess with this. I don't think I actually need to open that because I have this open over here anyways. But hey, it's open. Now. For the loading screen, change this scale image to 720 to 528, which is going to be the base resolution of our game just because it's the resolution I work a lot with. Ignore the fact this is super bloated up on the screen. We're going to get rid of it in a second. I did forget, however, to unlock something. You are not 2000 whatever. You're 720. This is just going to make this super bloated out. And take this. And now going to make some adjustments here. It's a catchy song. We can make some adjustments to it momentarily. Then filter this through here. Actually, let me make a change to this before I do this again. Enhance, mess with this. Change this. Do not do clipping with adjust. Let's do crop with results. I'm gonna try something. Okay. Look at this back and forth. I think the best way to capture most of it would be to go like that. Here. That did have a good effect on it, so we're still a little bit zoomed. So do this, reshow sharpen for a second. Not gonna do it like that, don't worry. I was curious how it would end up the result. Look at that. Doki Love Sick. Clipping to adjust just a little bit, and then I actually believe this will end up working out nicely for what this is supposed to be for. So overwrite loading. And now we're going to do the other thing with as-is thing, because I think it'll work out nicely here. I can also use the concept sketches there. Hello, concept sketches. Okay. Go with the 50% fun. Currently the resolution is that by that, which means let's do a little quick test. If I scale the image, not with cubic, but with none, to 720, which is actually really close to what we need it to be. 100. Just see the difference. Yeah, that works. And then a little bit, but just a little bit from the side to side. That's a little bit long, right? No, it's this side. Okay. To ask Azzy. Azzy, NG is curious our program you use. I think that'll be the perfect position for it. Image, scale the image to 720 by 528. And then put that in. And I can easily make that into the title screen. Export as. Azzy, do you still have the original file for this? I do have one question. Can you make the uwu? Actually, you know what? I can do something. I can do something. Never mind what I was just asking. I have a thought, and this actually brings everything together pretty nicely, I'd even say. Where'd the thing that just opened go? Like, vanished. I asked to see my document history and just kind of like, oh, it's over here. Okay. I think we can insert the heart. Azzy and NG, do you guys have any complaints about me using the uwu heart here in place of the uwu here? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Actually, I think, yeah, we don't even need the comma. Let's see if I can position it in such a way that's not distracting. I don't think it's going to work that way. It's going to slightly cover the scripts I like went lower. Okay, actually, it does work. Uwu Kokoro Love Sick. You guys okay with its position with where it is? Before I press enter on this, are you guys okay with its positioning? Okay. Now I'm going to have to do a little bit to it quickly. Filter, ratio, a little bit sharpen. At 100% and non-selected. Ew. Export as into the right thing. Games. And then uwu Kokoro Love Sick. Sick. Titles. Yes. Uwu. Da 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 da. I don't know why I'm amusely amused by this, is the way to word that in the weirdest way possible. Then we have the titles, or the game over screen, which I'm not going to add the uwu to it, obviously. But I know what to do here. Scale image. Again, none. Put this down to 720, which is the closest dimension we have. Okay. And then to 100%. It's the height that I need to be not concerned about, but, you know, work with. That should be pretty good. Wait. I was a little bit off kilter with this. And then image, scale image, to 528. Put that in its place. And there we go. Export that. Same folder. Games, uwu, image, system, and I replaced the game over image with this one. Replace. Exporting. Da, 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 da. Voila. Now, discard that. And let's see. Now it's time for the house stuff. Well, I guess I'm first going to go inside the game and just quickly do... I'm going to reposition the window. Yeah, actually, I should do this now, though. I am going to change the font size, but I should go to this, change this to the title screen thing, add the right title screen themes. I already know what we're using. Oh, okay. For a second, I was about to get worried about this. I know what's wrong. Thankfully. Thankfully, I know what's wrong. Da, 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 da. We'll go to Steam. Go and open up Steam right now. Go to my library and yep, okay. That's what I was not hoping for, but confirm something. Properties. Betas. None. Opt out of all beta programs. Just for now. Let the downloads happen as they will. And move this over there. Right, I was talking to someone for a second. And let's see. So, now I should be able to launch this and it should work out okay, hopefully. If not, then I need to investigate a little bit into it. Did I put it into the wrong RPG Maker into this? Then that's actually an easy fix, but still. Nope, it's fine. Now the window, the reason why the window isn't correct is I quickly need to go in here and go inside Community Basic and change this to the resolution I actually have, as well as do another thing with a similar thing. I almost forgot to do this earlier. Alright, rendering mode, okay. And I also need to do something with the in-game resolution, which I guess I could do that by quickly going into my system here and then set this up. Use Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake as the reference of what I'm going to be choosing from. Launch up the game there. There's something which I need to pull from. Not that. It's you. Take your example. Okay, okay. Discard changes. Yes to that. Then open up you. Right now we're just saying in something to the resolution fun things. I'm going to select this over here because that'll be important for this. Now I'm going to test something with the title screen. So currently this blocks that, but there's a really easy fix for this. So I'm just going to try and get the position to go into the right place. Close Steam, access that for music. Alright, so there's a default RPG Maker plugin, which is known as Title Command. I believe I turned it off because I thought we'd be doing something like this, so turn that on. Okay. The width is what it is, the background is fine. Now the X and Y offset. If I set this to 240 and 240, what does that look like? We're going to be going back and forth between the title screen in just a second, so that pushes it off the screen. Okay. Well, you know, you learn it like anything else. Okay. So with all these settings with that sort of effect, what does 140 do? Okay, okay. Okay, so that puts it there. Getting there, getting there. That's obviously not the right position, but yeah. Title commands. Let's make the Y thing negative 140. So negative 140. Okay. Title command position. Make this into 100 and make this into negative 140. Testing some things. Getting close to where I want to put it. So what position on the screen do you guys think the title screen should go into while we're talking about this? I was thinking it should probably be like about, maybe not over the bottle, like around the ped post lamp area. I'm trying to get to there, so yeah. I'm very close to getting to where I wanted to put it. I'll show you what I'm trying to go for in just a second. Firstly, title command position, Y offset, set that to 80. Set the width position. Let's put this to 270 and see what that looks like. Getting there. Well, I mean, it's because of where the font text and all that is, so it makes sense to put that over there. It's a little weird, but also adds its own charms. Let me see, I need to raise the position a little bit, just a little bit, and move it a little bit more in that direction. Hey there, Natural. How are you doing? We're going to move this just a little bit more. So the offset here, let's try negative 170 and set the Y offset to be closer to 60. And let's see what this result looks like. Yeah. Yep, just making a stream development game for a second. That's almost where I want it to be. Hey there, Nepty. Can I make the width a little bit different? Yeah, I think I can. But wrong thing. But let's see. let's make the width 180. And then make this offset by 180. And the Y offset go off to 50. The result of this, it might be a little bit off the screen, but I'm testing something. I'm still trying to find the position for it. Yeah, getting where I want to put it. I'm going to try and move it a little bit more up and to the left, or maybe lower is better, because people usually do look down on like these menu things, and the text sort of leads that direction. I would think so, but I can't adjust them. Do you still have the thing where the Kokoro Love Sick is, and like somewhere on your drive, if I may ask? Has the Indigo Stalker icon up there. That amuses me. If you don't have it, it's okay. Working within limitation is part of the fun of it. The size of the box looks good, which is something which I'm also noting. Let's see, command position. Have the Y go up just a little bit more. And this position go into negative 200. I can make new game centered. There's a way to do that. Like it's the Windows position I'm trying to alter right now. That would make sense. If you have the original PDFD, could Kokoro Love Sick move to like the top left so I can put the menu like where Sick currently is? You can either move it up or there. I just think that'd be the best position for it. Does that make sense? Alright. So for Kokoro Love Sick, could you put like the uwu and stuff above the lamp, like love to the left of the lamp, so where Sick currently is I could place the window? Which actually means I almost have the position where I want it to be. Alright, then I can work with it. The reason to ask. So tile command position, which means I should set the X offset more to 200. And let's see how that result plays out. I'm going to try and center it then where Sick currently is. A little bit less than that. I do need to see what the settings are on this. Is it the same at the top and beginning? It is, so why is it resizing that? I'll have to look into that later. Set here, tile command position. I guess this would be closer to 180. And set the offset a little bit more like 30. I'll set the position where we plan it to go as opposed to where it currently is. I can make the image a little more opacity as well. Romance. Okay, I want to put it a little bit more to the left, but then that should be positioned fine where it is. Once we have the fixed up thing. Title command position, the X offset. Let's try 70. And nearly where I want it to be. I want it to be kind of centered there so it looks a little bit nicer, but mostly that. It's almost definitively where I'd like to place it, if possible. Which means I guess just 60, 60, and 25, and I think that might have the result that I want. Eliu Romance. Yeah. And if the tile is moved, I think they'll work out well. It also means that sort of obliged it goes away along with the pill bottle. Alright. So that's done. We're back in here. We have the misses all ready and set. Now it's time for the actual sprite work. So for using the 3D system, there's several types of ways to render 2D objects into a 3D space. I'm going to use Indigo Stalker as another example. Yeah. I'm happy to motivate. There's a lot. You can probably do a good job on it there, NG. Have faith and find the motivation of what to work on. So, I'll show what I'm talking about kind of in a second. I'll use Indigo Stalker as a quick example because it's been my exemplification project, apparently. So this is Indigo Stalker. Again, I'm going to launch it up for a second. Gonna skip all the dialogue at the beginning. So, in Indigo Stalker, there's a few different sprites happening here. Firstly, these sprites they see here are just sprites that face you no matter what. Now, let me turn camera control on. Okay. I'm going to cheat this system for a second and do something which I'm not going to let the player do, basically. Take this starting map. Okay, I'm going to take the lock camera true option off. I'm going to put another event just so I can get it easily, just because I'm... Yeah. So I've turned off the lock camera thing just to show what the camera kind of looks like if I'm moving it. I'm not going to give the player control of the camera in this game either. Just as to exemplify what the difference in sprites are as I debug the game and cheat for a second. Wait, oh, there's another... Fuck, I'm clever and I made more than one camera debug thing off. Ignore the creepy monsters on the roof. They're not important. Alright, you're what I need to get rid of for a second. Save, yes. Okay, now I should have control of the camera. Yes, I do. So, currently the camera's in sort of this super control mode. But to go with this, there's different ways that the sprites work. You might notice that, like, the tree turns in your camera's direction no matter what you're facing towards. But then the characters have different directions based on what way you're looking. It's because they both use things. This is actually a sprite and not just part of the wall animation, but it's made so it's a flat surface just like the light up there. Making sense? And alright there, Azzy. This fence thing is also a 2D thing. You might be able to sort of tell it's using a tree sprite in some certain places than other ones it's not. Depending on the sprite, there's different ways these are all handling themselves. I'm also going to go to the roof to exemplify something. Ignore the creepy monsters up here, but they're all doing their own things at the moment. I think that there's also another example inside of the house, which I'll do before I show this off there. Onto the Ladler Estate. The vase on this table is another example. This is sort of a T sprite, if you can see. It's like a fence or a sprite going on there. The game will look something like this. The camera and stuff might be a little bit different. Like currently I can modify the camera and just show some different abilities of it. I'm trying to remember all the camera controls because it's been a little bit. It's been a hot minute. There's a few more camera controls than what I'm showing, but apparently at the very top I cannot remember them. All the same though. But there's a few different sprites that we basically have to align and set. Now let me put the camera controls back in the appropriate places. Take this, delete that. Set this into the right place. And then outside house, a similar position. Okay. I could probably write some of the dialogue and narration a little while I'm watching the stream. Thankfully, I'm putting dialogue and narration crazy. Good luck on the visual novel there, NG. So, put this through here. And let's see what you sent there, Azzy. That's a good position for it. Thank you, Azzy. And I'll show everybody else it in just a second. Open this back up in GIMP. Image. Okay. Oh, but Azzy, you sent me a smaller version of it. I'm sorry to ask this, but could you send me a slightly larger version than the one that you sent? This is actually smaller than the game window. And I don't want to like bloat it up because I know that there's a larger version. The position's good though. Sorry to ask that of you. It's just the image size got smaller. So I'm like, I could bloat it up, but if you have the original, it's a little bit bigger than this, then yeah. The one that you sent me was at 540 by 419, while the original was like 618 yai. Why is there a lag? Well, I did turn on low latency, but it's also when I just kind of glance over at the chat, so yeah. Mixed with whatever internet connection my internet is holding at the second. I will also open up the hard things I know I'm going to need in just a second. Hello, uwu. Alrighty. Back to this. Turn the music back on. Yeah. Set this through and golden. While waiting for that, I'm going to be going over old sprites and see what I can carry over. I guess opening up these will be a good example. Indigo Stalker. Feast your eyes, little marshmallow. Cutie Patootie. If I can find Cutie Patootie. Cutie, where'd you go? There's Cutie Patootie. Ew, ew. Let's check this that way. Blossoming Yonder. No, that's fine as is. I can check things in the last game I released, which would be My Mouth is a Hole of Dirt. My hole is a mouth of dirt. I even get mixed up sometimes. Where is it on my list? There it is. I'm happy it makes me want to work there. PT Baby Boo is fine. Labeled Village, Well of Despair, Blank Slate, Dammy Bosley. I guess I can see what I can take from Cherusonon Lighthouse. But that's okay, Azzy. I'll be able to take it there when all is good. Girls Graveyard Mystery I can probably get a few things from. As Whale of Despair. Where is Whale of Despair? There is Whale of Despair. And probably I Hunt this place. Which is right there. Okay, I've opened up a bajillion windows, but it's because I'm about to do a lot of Sprite stuff. Thankfully, I have it all set up in here and ready to go. Uwu Kokoro, image. I'm going to be starting off with sprites I've already prepared for other project stuff, so yeah. Indeed, indeed. We're going to be starting with Indigo Stalker. I guess, should I focus on A3 first? I think I'm going to focus on A3 and A4 first. They take a little bit more work. So tile sets. For those who don't know, A3 and A4 are basically the wall, floor, and such tiles. Actually, speaking of which, I should get into this. This is A5. And A5 will work well with a little black transparent tile here, which I should also push to B because it needs a transparency tile. So how RPG Maker works is that certain tile sets need a black transparency tile. It doesn't need to be black, but basically it's the transparent color decision. And pure black is a pretty simple one. The B tile set in RPG Maker, whatever tile set you're using, is an important one. But that also means you can't have any sprites that are the pure black value. But here's the tip. Like, literally one variable difference, like even just slightly not black, but still looks black to the naked eye and all that, will work perfectly fine. Set that and export to B and to U. Alright, but I'm going to be focusing on the A3 tile sets, which I have a few things I can probably look for from stuff I have set up already. This is my A3 tile set thing here. Was there anything in Indigo Stalker which was comparable and usable? Let's see. Now I kind of have an idea of what I want this house to look like, and I don't think there's going to be much from Indigo Stalker's floor stuff that I think will be usable. I mean, maybe that? Maybe I can make it a little bit lighter? I guess that would actually work. Okay. It would give the house kind of a... except maybe a cuter look might work out better. Thinking about it for a second, so yeah. Maybe all these are a little bit too grimy for what this game is going for. They're not really supposed to look grimy in that way, at least not yet. Could I brine this up and make it look... You know what, I have an idea. I think I know how I can modulate this to be what I'm sort of thinking of. So I'm actually going to take this singular one, and also this for a table thing. Okay, I know which two I'm taking from this. Go here. I'm going to modulate you in just a second. But put you into place. And similarly... take the wood thing, but I have a slightly different purpose and means for it. Now, here is a very important question, and this one is actually maybe one of the most important questions I'm going to ask today. So, should we give the game a kind of realistic, not realistic, obviously, it's not going to be super high-end graphics or anything, but slightly a more grounded tone, like a more realistic looking house and stuff, or should we do it a little bit more of a cutesy look, like colors that don't really make real world sense but have more of a stylistic choice, like purple tables and, you know, like colored things that are just cute colors that don't really fit with real world logic but have the cute aesthetic going for them? Should we go for something a little bit more grounded or something that has a little bit more cute color stylization to it? That will work perfectly there, Azzy. I'm going to ask this with this because this is going to be a question that will sort of affect what I'm going towards here in just a little bit. Do we want the realistic colors, or do we want to go for something a little bit more cutesy in our game? Wooden stuff, purple floors that don't actually make a lot of real... I mean, there can be purple floors, they're just not very common. And yeah. Not, I don't specifically mean we're going to be making a purple floor, it was just a random example. Not... It starts off very anime, and then eventually gets very Silent Hill. Bricks, fun there. The game starts off kind of cutesy. The thing is, a lot of animes, like, they kind of stylist, but they still... A lot of animes still do kind of ground themselves. They don't have, like... Well, it depends what anime you're watching, I guess. Ghibli versus The Simpsons. My. It's just a question to ask. I guess we can go slightly more grounded. Also, the groundedness, I'm going to go with slightly grounded, but maybe a little bit stylized. I'm going to try and slightly insert the colors, but just slightly. I've made my decision. The deed is done. So this isn't, I'm not going to make this a white wall. I'm going to keep the wood a wood color, because in real life, wood has wood colors. Then this one, alright, I guess I could do a color temperature as opposed to a hold-on change. So for like the living room and stuff house, do you guys think what colors should we sort of have going on with the wallpaper? Like, I'm trying to think about how the house will look. I don't want the wallpaper to be white, which I know a lot of places have white walls. I'm literally in a room that has like white painted walls, but I'm trying to think about what might be a slightly cuter color than white. What tone should we go with that? Like a color. It's going to be this, just slightly the color is going to be altered basically. I guess the best one to do for this is colorization, because it's just white, which means that colorization can actually add something to it. Hello, colorization. We can do any color in the rainbow. I can turn the saturation and lightness and stuff down however we decide. You think like a beige type color? I mean, that makes sense. I need to see what color the lack is. Show me lilac. How to grow and care for a lilac bush. Oh, lilac bushes. It's like that sort of purple tone? I see. Lilacs are pretty. Okay. Time to modulate around with this until I get sort of the color I'm going for. Beige colors, saturation there. Is a color like this kind of what you guys are thinking about? Or I can like make it a little bit brighter, darker, change the hue a little bit, saturate it, unsaturate it. My favorite color is a blue thing, but I don't think that'd be the right color for this. I think that this color might work. It's a bit orange. Alright. That look better to you? Okay. I mean, I can definitely do that, so... And then I do something similar with the top of this. That's going to be a darker tone. A little lighter. Oh. Colors. I can actually just do that with brightness contrast. So kind of a tone like this. I don't mind some of that. It's a-okay. Did I accidentally? I think I did accidentally. Okay, so I accidentally set this into the wrong thing, but that's okay. I can do it like this. With what we had, scale image, layer to image size. And then both of these should be fine like this, because they're just kind of copy and paste of each other, so it's okay. Okay. I will take it in just a second there, Ezzy. I'm just going to finish up this yellow BJ, I guess I'm up to. Colorize. Now this one will not be as visible to the players, and it's going to be slightly of a dark hue, but I would like to get semi-close. It's going to probably take a little bit of work because I accidentally forgot about something, but yeah. That'll probably work for the top of this. I know it's not like the exact same hue, but trust me, the player will normally not even really see this, so. And just works as sort of a darker tone of what this is. Export this as A3, and let's get the thing that Azzy sent. It's looking good there, Azzy. I shall save. And then get to the title screen. Alright. Excuse me, I actually did not open the right thing. Actually, Azzy, I think you accidentally sent the same image a second time. Let me check something to make sure before I say that. It's alright, trust me, I make mistakes like this all the time. It's a-okay. Oh, I guess I want to see what this is about. Oh my. Would be. This is somebody who's been offering to translate into Greek, and I don't know why. I would be appreciative. Don't feel forced to. But making games available in more languages is something I don't have the ability. I don't normally have the ability to do, but would greatly appreciate to reach more people. Let's see that there, and it's okay. Azzy, try sent one more time, and I bet that you'll get it. It's just that you accidentally sent the original one again, which is fine. Trust me, I've accidentally done that too. Send that there. Table here. Alright, feast your eyes. Image, tile sets. Let's look at A3. Did A3 of this have anything? Oh. In the most basic way, yes. I could probably easily colorize this in something else. So for a different room color... Do you guys have another room color that you guys would like to have in this house other than this sort of wall thing that I have going on here? This one's like more of a full color. Ignore the green color, I can literally change the same color into the rainbow. But for a different style of room, what do you guys think? Color temperature, color balance, just colorize. Some rooms will have the beige color. What is another room's type of wallpaper that we can have, and I can change any aspect of the coloring here. I'm thinking about myself here. I guess kind of a purplish did kind of work well there. So we were talking about lilac there. To get a lilac color will take a little bit of work. I agree, and we can actually place that before or afterwards. We just start with the base color. We actually could just copy and paste the borders, but yeah. But some rooms aren't like that. Some rooms are. Depends on the room. A mint cream. There's also going to be lighting and the coloring of like the lights in this game, but yeah. A minty type color. So around here. What color are we thinking about with this though? Something like this for the mint color that somebody was asking for. Are you guys okay with it, or I think it should be a different color? If we're going with that, I can do whatever color. I'm just asking. So I'm thinking about myself. It's a little bit tricky though. It's okay, Assy. Appreciate it. Someone's asking about translation stuff. So you guys are okay with the mint color? Okay. I mean, want me to, I can change little things about it. I can make it a little bit lighter, a little bit less, but I think this looks pretty good. A little bit duller. I'll do a small thing to it just to give it a little bit more detail. Da, da, da. Making a temporary way for this to sort of stand out. Filter, repeat. And here we go, a very, very simple detail addition. I did miss a little bit there, but I'll get in just a second. Filter, repeat that. There we go. Export there. Okay. Is there anything else from that set before I move on? There's other stuff, but we'll get to that. Which then leads next, Cutie, which might have a little bit more because it has a slightly cutesier look to the game. So yeah, I'm first checking out the A3 tile stuff before I think about this. Or the other tile sets I have. No, not 3D Paint. Open with GIMP. La da dee da. The thing is, they do have semi more unrealistic colors. I'm not sure if you can tell by looking. Because it's definitely true. I guess I kind of just like the fake painted look, which I'll get for a second. This one I'm not going to have anything just because I think that adds sort of a natural and finished look to it. And for some rooms, that sort of a natural look works. I might actually do one thing with this slight cheat though. I won't do the whole entire thing, I'll just do that one. Export to A3. I'm actually not sure if there's much else in Cutie World where I'm like, yeah, that'll fit this game. Not at least for A3s. Alright, so we have a few A3s there. Now A4s are where I'm going to have to pull probably a few more punches. Hello A4 tile set. Let's go over you. I'll start with Cutie because I had you open last. I went just to go slightly backwards. I keep on opening up in Paint. Now I'm meaning to do it all. Open with GIMP. Okay. There's a few I might end up pulling from this. Will I ever need bricks in this? I can see a use for bricks in this. I will take bricks. I might change the colorization a little bit. Hello, bricks. Color. Let's start with brightness and contrast just because I want to see what the end result of this is. And then filter, distort. I want to see if I add a slight... Yeah, I'm going to try this. Whirl and pinch. Let's add a little bit of noise. Not RGB noise. Let's make it more... I'll dull it out a lot, so it's not, so it's pretty subtle, but go there. Saturation. Just to give a little texture. Alright, so we got bricks. Bricks are exciting. Kidding. What else for this version of the house? Bricks are hell. They definitely, I mean, I guess, depends. I think I have an idea for what this one is. I'm gonna cough for a second. Okay. We don't need too many wall tiles. There's literally only like 12 rooms in this game with like a few different versions, but yeah. They withhold the wolf. Withstood the wolf, that is true. Let's see, colors, color temperature. Brightness contrast. So when the game starts transforming into a Silent Hill inspired thing, do you guys think this sort of texture is okay for the walls? Like for some of the walls, not all the walls obviously, but yeah. Yeah, it's a nice song that's been stuck in my head, which is good. So, yep, tile fun. We are working on tile fun at the moment. A4 there. We'll get to the floor stuff in a little bit. Indeed. It's part of the fun of it. Alright, what else did I have in the other sets for A4? Seize the day, seize the dawn. It's a catchy song, okay? Okay. Don't think I need anything from that. Probably it's a pretty similar look over here. Yeah, pretty much expected. Okay. This is Spring by Uncanny Valley. Did I crash GIMP? I did just save, though. I think GIMP did crash, though. It's definitely frozen, at least. It's possible to do that, but it's a little bit trickier. I thought about it. Actually, I need to see how to do that in 3D space. I know how to do that for 2D things. It should be possible. You know what? That's actually a good idea. Okay, you gave me a good idea. And I kind of know how to do it, but it's going to take a little bit of me attempting something. It's a good idea. And it'll take a little bit more work, but I think it might be work if that's worth it. Once GIMP, I might just have to close GIMP. I did just save. Oh, this is how broken it is. Oh, did it actually start working? Why could... This is like in lockdown. I'm gonna have to force close it and just get back what I can. Task manager. Close that GIMP down. Now time to open GIMP again. And now Azzy probably sent the replacement by now. Yep, okay, Azzy. And Azzy, you sent it correctly. I can tell the difference in size already. So before we get back to what we were just working on, I'm going to first take care of what's that or Azzy sent. So we get the tile screen stuff set. Perfect size. We will make the main player. Scale not cubic by none. Into a zone of that. Kokoro Love Sick. Elio Perfecto. Image. to the 528 angle. And there we go. Then I take an uwu. And let's make that uwu perfect. Scale. But make it have no interpolation and adjusting. Let's make it adjust, actually. We will not make the main player on account that the player will literally never see them. There's no reason to make a sprite that no one will ever see. Because since the game is in first person. And there's not really a... For what the game's trying to achieve, there's no reason for the player to see the player avatar. If there was a reason, then maybe, but... There's not really a reason here. Filter, enhance, sharpen just a bit before I let it go. And then go to unselect and go to the 100% fun. I guess the heart would look a little bit more natural now actually here. You guys okay with uwu being there? I know it's not quite how the title works, but I think it works out there. Yeah, then empty. I think it makes sense there in this particular context. Anyone in agreement, disagreeing with my decision on that one? Kokoro Love Sick. On the actual game title, the difference just for it, I think it looks more balanced here than it would over there. So yeah. Export here into the right volume. Games, uwu, image, titles. Oh wait, I went to titles too, where I was like confused for a second. Titles 1 is up there. Replace that. Okay. And now in game for a second. I don't know why it keeps doing the resolution thing. Actually, I kind of have an idea why. Does this look okay to you guys? Do you think I should reposition the window now that you kind of see what this result looks like? Like, I can reposition the window. You see I can do that. I can also resize the window and I can center continue in options. But that'll be a separate thing. Like, I'll do that right now. But first, window position. As I ask that, I'm going to quickly go in here and center these a little bit more. Terms. Continue. And options. Set there just to be a little more centered. Okay. Now I can make options a little bit more centered than it is. But that's a simple enough thing. It's literally just adding space in here. You think it'd be a little more to the left? Got it. No, that may look a little bit worse, actually. Continue. Options. I'll change options to settings, because I have an idea of how to make that work. Continue. And if you think a little more to the left, I actually think that the way to do this would be to go here and change this to 75, and let's see what that looks like. And the whole box could be a little to the left. Okay. I'll nudge it for a second, and let's see what the result of this is. Continue insane, so I'll put back into place because I don't think that ends up looking good actually. Put continue in settings back. I do need to figure out the issue why it keeps on resizing at this scale though when it shouldn't be. That look okay to you guys? I can change anything about it, but yeah. Wait to see how the opinions roll in. I guess that we should pick fonts. Okay. Because font's the next step here. Hey guys, before we continue Sprite work, we're gonna pick fonts. Royalty-free fonts. It will definitely be on itch. Man, well, unless I do... The only exception that it might not be on itch is if I do some specific Steam... There are a few commands with Steam stuff that I wouldn't be able to do on other platforms, but I could also just make them different versions. Oh, send me the font, M. Keep in mind, see if you know the license of the font. Not all fonts are created equal here in legality. But hey, we're font hunting. There's plenty of royalty-free font sites out there. And most of them have the license so you can read and know what you're dealing with. Show me elegant. Allegra. You guys see a font that you particularly like? Let me know. I'm going through it. Though M has a suggestion that she's throwing in just a second. And Yaile, font fun is part of the fun. Font does actually have a big impact on a game that has text in it. What a font looks like does affect how you read it and the feel of a game. Font has more of an effect on RPG Maker games than you might initially think they do. Oh, you sent it? Okay. Let me go get it. That's kind of a, like, okay. If you know, I don't know how to put font. I know this is a kind of font file, but, or a font image file, I guess I should say, but I don't actually know how to transfer the image into a font file. I've looked into it before, but I've never actually done it, so. M's suggestion for a font, which I'll show here in a second, is something pixely. Oh, you can't actually see it on this thing. No, there's like pixely letters in there. It shows a bit better here, but yeah. I think it might be too pixely for this game, though. It's not in the correct TTF or OOT format, but yeah. Something a little cute will work. The thing is, the feel of font, like, does add a big difference to the game itself, so yar. Actually, I really like LZ. Maybe that's too fancy. Do you guys think, not the Swash LC, that one's not good in my opinion, but do you guys think the top LC here, like the image around when I'm sort of rotating, looks okay to you guys? Maybe some of the lowercase letters are a little bit too frivolous. They got like a squiggly thing going on, which might be a little bit hard to read. It is possible to change fonts in the middle of a game in RPG Maker MV, but I'm probably not going to do that. It's actually a little... It sounds simple, but it's not as simple as you think it is. It's possible, though. I know how it works, but... You have to kind of change a system file in the middle of the game, because how RPG Maker MV reads fonts is through the system file, so yeah. I kind of want the contrast of the Silent Hill part. So my thoughts is if it's a little bit lettery, like it kind of looks like written in the letter format, but not so it's illegible, so that's very legible, it might end up working. It's just kind of a thought process I have with it, though. We do also have Algrea. Let me ask a question. You guys prefer Algrea or LC? They're both kind of similar. LC is a little bit more flowy, but maybe that makes it harder to read, while Algrea is a little bit... Well, I'm sure you can see the difference here. We also have more fonts here that we can definitely go over if you guys have something you're like, yeah. The discussion of this. Thinking. I'll just put the music back on here. Not keen things. Some of these are like, you think Algrea is easier to read? Yeah, it is. Did you like, was there a font called Fontaine I passed? Ah, yes, there was. I can open it up for comparison. I'm looking at elegant fonts that are royalty free on this Font Squirrels website first. Okay. General preference. Fontaine versus Algrea. I'll try to put them in like the same spot on the screen so you guys can have a good comparison. Fontaine and Algrea. I think Algrea looks a little bit more flowy. I think the flowiness will work in the end. Algrea. I can change the color of it, yes. Font color is really easy. So font type is harder, font color is extremely easy. I'll say this, font color is so easy to change in RPG Maker. I'm surprised more RPG Maker games don't take advantage of it. I think Algrea might be the pick of my choice as well. The Fontaine does not look bad. Fontaine does look a little bit more normal, though. Trying to imagine what the font, like the dialogue in the game, looked like with both. So, but I think Algrea might be the example to go with. So, I will say that this one isn't TTF, which has semi-preference, but it's like a very minuscule thing. Okay. And we just want Algrea regular. So now go into the game folder, fonts, remove Gloria Hallelujah, and instead we're gonna go with Algrea regular. Yeah. Put this here. And this is an OTF, so dot OTF. Well, we've got some wall tile stuff put together. We have several directions the girl facing, thanks to Cyber's efforts. We have the title screen, and we just got the title screen stuff in the game over and etc. We're basically at spriting art stuff and the stuff around the game at the moment. We don't actually have a map done though, but we are getting to the process getting the stuff actually set up now. Okay, so in game, this would look like this. I can definitely now center continue in settings. Let me go do that now, that I can see what this looks like. Continue and settings. Let's see what this ends up looking like in practice. Are you guys okay with this? Does this look good to you guys? Ilyu Yesu. Yeah, ends up working, so yeah. Yes, coming together there. The tile screen's fun. So tile screen's basically done. Of course, we decided to do something with it later. Good stretch. I can put it a bit to the left and higher. That is like soup. Just say so, and I can give it a shot. And I know what numbers we're currently at if we end up not liking it. So a little bit there, and a little bit more to the left. And the result will end up looking like... Any preference with where it's currently positioned? I can still move it more to the left or a little bit higher if you prefer it that way. It's an RPG Maker type game. That said, we're going to be making the game into a sort of a pseudo 3D. It's not truly 3D, but it looks 3D. It's like a trick, basically. It's like how the original Doom did 3D, basically. Alright. I kind of see what you're trying to go for with it, so let me try something. Y offset. Let's set this to 12. This might end up making it go too high up. Let me try 14 first, actually. And offset, let's set this here. This might not be far enough to the left to what I think you're thinking of. You're trying to think of it like centering in the middle of the 6 there, I think. Actually, no, maybe... I have made horror RPG stuff before. Something like that? I understood what you were going for with that, so yeah, I agree. It looks nice. Okay. Back. I guess I'm going to work on the animated walls idea, which does involve us making a new sprite sheet thing here and cheating a little bit with it. But it's literally just a minor thing, so this should be 768 by 576 dimensions. Okay. Transparent. 576 is the hard to remember dimension, because that's an unusual one for RPG Maker MV, but 768 is pretty standard. Take this, export it as image tile sets, which is moved up here because currently we're not in order of that, and this should be A1. Okay. Slightly Doki Doki inspired. Actually, yes. We talked about Doki Doki the last few days. Now, to go with this for a second, for an animated tile front, the best way to make this work as a tile set... Oh my. Congratulations, Emily. The process you probably know a little bit more about now than I do. It's been a long time since I've messed with Unity. How much can you edit the window for the new game window? I'd like it to be cute. You could depict it as an item sitting on the dresser or shelf. Okay, so theoretically 100% possible, but it'll take a lot more work than it might initially sound for a 3-week project, because if I knew how to do it, I could probably do it shortly, but since I haven't done it before, I'd have to learn how to do it. Does that make sense? And since we're trying to make this a quick 3-week project thing, maybe I could figure it out in an hour. Maybe it would take a little bit. I don't know because I haven't done it before. But then probably I know it's possible, but I would have to look into it and learn it. Does that make sense? Because the tile screen would probably have to be altered a little bit with the system files, I imagine, because the tile screen is part of the default like framing of RPG Maker. So yeah, it's probably once you know how to do it, you can do it pretty quickly. But it's a case that I don't know how to do it off the top, so I'd have to learn how to do it. Da-da-da-da. Alrighty. And now the next step, we're going to be trying to work a little bit with animated tile fun. Now, how should we do the animated tile here? I'm also going to look at Take the Dream 9. I think I moved Take the Dream 9. Yes, I did. To this computer. I need to observe something with its tile sets, because they have some of the default RPG Maker tile sets, which I want to see something how default RPG Maker does it. Here we go. I guess you can open it with a new GIMP thing. Did I already have GIMP open? Did I close GIMP? Why did I close GIMP? Open recent, A1. It's not the A1 I need. It's the empty A1 I need. View, show grid. Okay. So for animated tile, now this is going to be a little bit tricky because I haven't tried this before, but theoretically, I guess it'd be one of these tiles in the middle areas would be the place that would actually work out the best here. Not those. Over here where these are slightly animated. I guess it's the area where I would put the animated stuff. Okay, so it's like 1 frame, 2 frames. Okay, I figured out where I'm gonna try and do the animated tiles, and I might have to code these separately to work how I want them to work, but I think they'll be possible. Check this there. The reason why it might be a bit more of a pain than it might seem initially is because the title screen is part of RPG Maker's system files. RPG Maker MV in particular definitely does allow you to mess with the system files, so theoretically it should definitely be possible. I haven't done it before. I feel like once you know how to do it, it'll probably be easier, but something which I haven't attempted before, so it'll be a process of learning it. Oh, but you can't see my mouse just because the way it was on the screen, and second of all, I just prefer the mouse not showing. So I usually turn it off for stream stuff. Okay. So I want to look at the top 6 tiles over there. This is the area where I'm going to be practicing my animated wall arts, I guess you can call them. These 6 tiles here. Now here comes a question, how should I do the animated wall I'm thinking of? There is an idea of something animated which I can do later, but for the animated wall, how do I want to do this? Okay, I have an idea. I have a slight idea. Is there something in Well of Despair that will fit this idea? That's the first question I have to ask. Okay. I remembered I thought I had made this Sprite over here. I'm going to try and do something with this, because it's like the perfect Sprite for the idea I have in my head at the moment. Take that 48 by 48. Go to the more proper thing that we're looking. Oh, wow, I did not mean to zoom out that hard. I just went like super zoom out there for no reason. Okay. Now, one last thing to observe about this. I guess doesn't really matter. I don't know. Does it animate downward? Like pop, pop, pop? Or just what? I guess either way works. Doesn't really matter here, but I'm curious just for my own intentions in the future if it animates one way or the other. Okay, so to make sure I don't mess anything up, I'm just gonna first copy and paste all these everywhere. However, I'm gonna do something a little bit trickier in just a second with this second layer. Filter, and I'm going to do some slight distortion. I'm going to add some things to this. So I'm going to be trying some effects on this just to see what sort of effect we end up getting. Distort. I think I can do a ripple for a second, but obviously not a ripple like that. Though I do have another layer of it below, so maybe that should actually be okay. Just give it the impression that's moving. Resampling method, nearest, phase shift, sine, triangle, now I have a little bit more I want. I'm not just doing this singular effect. I'm going to do a few things with it. I guess I can make slightly, with the pencil 1 tool, use the colors for a second. Take one of the colors, make it slightly brighter than it has been before, and just make the things ooze just a little bit. Just subtly, like it's squirting puss for a second. That one's too noticeable. It has to be kind of subtle. Okay. And is there another distortion thing I want to use? Probably not too much, because otherwise it'll start looking bad, actually. I also want to test this in game just to see how it looks, if I'm not like overdoing it or if I'm like underdoing it, because I haven't actually experimented very deeply with this before. I get the basics of it, but okay, let's try a different type of thing. Do it very subtly so it doesn't look too out there. Distortion. Let's try a shift. I guess a singular one that way would actually work. Distort. I shouldn't do too much still. Filter, distort here. Da, 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 da. Not D. I guess swirl and pinch. Oh, that's disgusting. Sorry. I also want to do that for the animation thing there. I might actually just do... Okay, I have a new sense of inspiration. Oh, look at that high-tech stuff. So, new intention with this. I mean, it's fitting, all things considered. Okay. I'll make the radius bigger. Now hopefully this sends like I think it does. So I'm gonna start with this. What the hell is that? We're making animated texture for the Silent Hill portion of the game. Repeat. Or more like filter, reshow. Set this to 12.5. The radius can be that. Okay, roll as it goes. The only thing is, will this animate how I hope it does? Like, let me check out something. I'm gonna Google something. RPG Maker MV A1 tiles explain, because I don't mess with A1 that much. I have an idea. I get the vagueness of it, but there's a specific I want to understand. So help me understand something about the A1 tile sets. I understand almost every other tile set fully except the A1. Okay. Oh, that appears to be on the left. Okay, but it's the eight, not those I want to understand. Accept. Indeed, indeed. We actually have the Silent Hill type music ready. It's just I'm not playing it right now. We'll get to it in a little bit, but like it's not part of what's on the loop at the moment. But yeah, I want to understand something about A2. Is that how it works? Okay, I'm gonna have to do a little bit more work than I was hoping I'd have to do. But it'll work out, probably. Or maybe this will work fine. I don't know how it does the loop thing, is the problem. I'm gonna test something, I'm gonna hope it works like other RPG Maker tile sets. But I don't actually know if it does or doesn't. So, to get this to the result I want, I almost have to do this like almost... I need to remove this tile set over here just temporarily, and then move this here. I'm gonna have to test in the engine with some stuff in a little bit to see if this is working how I want it to work, but yeah. Dun, dun. Filter, reshow world pitch. I get it, but I mean, it'll take a little. I first need to see if this first one will even be working. So, you know, I'll move this over here in case we decide to do a little bit more with it, though. Filter, reshow. Thankfully, I got some of the specifications already put into my head. Okay, is this gonna loop really weirdly, which I think it might, or is it gonna do the middle thing that a lot of RPG Maker things do? Now go back into our game. Set the tile sets for a second. A1, A2. Not there because we don't have a fence thing going on yet. A3, A4. There's still a lot of things that don't have anything in them, but we can get it started at least. Get the ball rolling. Okay, I won't change passage yet. Won't mess with it, except I do need to look at the note tags for this. I'll just see what it looks like on the floor first. This is just going to be attached to the floor at the moment, and I'll temporarily give us a sprite that doesn't really matter. I'll make our character invisible, so don't worry about it. Let's see what this ends up looking like. If our game crashes, it's okay. We haven't actually set everything up, so I'm actually wondering if this will even work. Oh, the 3D isn't activated yet. Okay, so it does do what I was afraid it would do. If only there was a fourth tile thing. It would look better, because I thought it would do this, and it's unfortunately doing what I thought it would do. It would go down. That means we only have 3 frames of animation. The middle one isn't counted as a loop thing. What I wanted to do is that the second animation frame goes into the first and the third one. There's a way to change the speed of this, and I know how. I'm just thinking about how to best approach this, basically. Currently, we're not in the 3D setup either, and that's okay. We'll get to that. Okay. So now that I know how that works, and I wanted to test it for that very reason, how to best approach this knowing that's going to go... Basically, to explain, my hope was that this middle one would be the centerpiece and go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. But how it actually is, it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Not this YouTube channel. Like, I do stuff on the channel that we're on right now. You're probably, a lot of people mistake my voice for other people's voices. I've experienced that over time. So yeah. The YouTube channel that I'm currently streaming this on is the YouTube channel I do everything on. Fit to this. Image, set that to this. If only there was a way to have a few more animation frames to this, but part of this is working within limitations, so I guess that's asking for too much. Layer to image size. I'm thinking about how to make this look the best, knowing that it's going to go back to the first frame. I guess, okay, I do have an idea of the best way to realize this. It's going to be different than what I was hoping it would be, but oh well. So take this, and I'll put these here as well. So my belief, and what I'm thinking of, is that we should have it so that there is a mouth in, mouth out part. I kind of know what I want to do with this, and it's the only way I can think of to make this work. How I think might be doable. I was gonna put the music back on. Okay, so I think the best way to realize this would be to go into reshow this, set it to some of the same stuff I had set before. In the future, I'll make the radius circle 95. Blue Bomber IMO was my best friend for over 10 years. He and I did a lot of stuff on here. You can find a lot of videos with me and him on the channel. He died a year and a half ago. A little bit more than that. It's getting closer to 2 years now, but yeah. Let's see. A little bit more of a breathy look is going to be the thing that's going to make it work. Here's a question, because we can only... I think I might do a little bit of both on this, but do you guys want a breathy thing like that, or more of a squeezy thing like that? I know that's quite a question. Breathing thing or squeezy thing? I think breathy looks a little bit better, if I'm going to be honest. To roll with and go with.
Nom nom nom. How are you, my friends?
Okay, I'm gonna start off with that amount. So I'm going to be doing some trickery to make this work how I want it to work. Filter, reshow, set this to the right stuff. Radius there. .5. And now this is going to be the big one, the big difference. That's good there. And then die down. Reshow whirl and pins. Set this to the ultimate radius into the right position here for what we're doing this for. And then between those two, okay. Take that, put this here. Okay. Export there. Now I want to remember something. I remember that there's a method to do this, but I hardly ever... I'm going to have to Google some of this because I hardly mess with the A1 tiles. RPG Maker MV. A1 tiles speed up. Alright, somebody has a tile set. I guess I'll use their plugin, which is actually what I was hoping for. Take this. Alright. And that's okay. And it's alright as they're natural. Trust me, I've had my voice is in some zone where I get compared to a lot of people. I'm like, I don't think we sound that much alike. It's okay though. People hear what they hear, and I understand that. Let's see. You're doing a great job there, Cyber. Meanwhile, I'm here just pulsating the wall. Here. Image. It's JS I should be messing with. plugins, put you in here, say. Okay, so then take say animation rate. What does this look like at the moment before I start messing around with 3D stuff? Again, I'm not doing the 3D stuff, I'm just seeing with the animation quality. Oh, that's like really slow. But the effect I want it to go for, basically. It'll look a little bit better in 3D than it does right now, but... Why are you gonna yell at me, Em? Hey Ryan, it's about time, but can you check Twitter for a second? Oh, sure. Let me go check my Twitter. Sorry, I got distracted trying to figure something out. I think the first one looks a lot better, actually. Between the two that you showed me. I think a single color... I think the other one is a little bit too distracting. The first one looks a lot more natural. When they're switching colors, it's a little distracting there, but when they're the same color, I think it looks nice. So, yeah. I'm gonna see what happens if I make this like 20. So I can make it a lot slower, a lot faster. What are we about to experience? Probably a lot slower is my imagination, but let's find out. Oh, never mind, it's a lot faster. Okay, then a 6. What's that gonna look like? You guys okay with that sort of animation, right? Or you think I should make it go faster or slower than what it currently is? If. It'll look a little nicer in 3D, partially because there's like a pixelation effect to it, but you'll see. I wish there was more frames of animation for this, and there's probably some way to do it, but maybe not even the 3D. The problem is there's some things that can work for the 2D system, which will not work for the 3D system, because the 2D system affects the 2D layering, while the 3D layering is something different. Okay, I can slow it down ever so slightly. Let's go with a 4, and of course they're up. With moi moi as well. I'm gonna make it... I think I know the speed which I'm going for. I figured out the speed which I think I'll be happy with. That speed seem okay with people? I wish I could have one more frame of animation to make that look a little bit nicer, but hey, it is what it is. And I can do some a little bit differently speed than this, so it's not all just going the same whatever, I guess. But just to start off with before we go on to the next one. You think a bit slower? Alright. Going back to the initial speed. Just to show the exemplification. Before anything else with this. I think that's a little too slow. I think 3 is the right speed in my opinion. I guess it can't do 2.5. No, it cannot do 2.5. Actually, won't even let me input like points. So yeah. Options label. Tile map. Okay. So I'm going to do a slight alteration of this just so there's a little bit more variety when it's in the 3D space, but that'll be a bit later. Okay, let me right below it. Same sort of thing, but a little bit different. I think 3 is the right speed as well. It probably would look pretty crazy. Okay, so for a fun of science, and I think that right now is the right speed as well, but I'm just curious myself. Let's see what happens if we set the speed 99, which is as fast as, 60 is the highest it can go. Let's see how it looks at super speed. It's actually going so fast that it looks more like it's jittering and vibrating than anything else. It almost doesn't look like it's moving until you look a little bit closer and you realize it's like jittery. Yeah. Set that there and yay. Okay. Back to this we go. And yes, I have that in the right place. Filter, reshow this. Use much of the same stuff I'm using here. Start off with this position. Filter, reshows, that's the same stuff. Having fun with it, I'm sure. Reshow that, same settings. Radius. And then between the two, somewhere like that. Then take all of this. One more over, because I accidentally misselected. And there we go. It's part of the fun. We have an idea of where the game is going with it, so it should work out a-okay. And I don't need too many motion walls in this game, but I'll go for one more of a different style than this one. Just have a little bit of variation in one single room in the game. There's not that many rooms in the game anyways, so yeah. And this is for later, so... I was looking at Whale of Despair previously, and I think this one was also in the Whale of Despair sprites. Let me see. Yeah, okay. I've got the right idea here. Gonna do some kind of trickery with this for a second. This one's gonna be a lot more basic and not as gross as that one. This is just for a subtle thing in one of the rooms that I'm deciding on. Let's see. Reshow, not that. Not roll and pitch. A slight shift thing. Filter, reshow shift. This will end up being very subtle. Should I make it more subtle or a little bit less subtle? I guess a little bit less subtle is okay. Oh, can I actually do one more of these? I'm surprised by that. We show shift, but this time do it vertical. Not like that. Okay. Now I'll take this. The MC, well, okay, I did a sprite for the MC, but right now, Cyber in the chat is helping tremendously, and they're doing a better thing than my artistic abilities allowed, so I'm grateful to them. Set that up there. Overwrite A1. Oh, also, it's not the MC, it's the girl. There's actually not that many characters in this game. It's purposely kind of a small ensemble. You actually never see the main character because the game's going to be playing from a first-person perspective. I might do something a little bit more purposefully animated here. You guys will see what I'm talking about in just a second. Because I don't need too many animated walls, but because I'm taking the opportunity to learn, I'll practice a little bit. Okay, time to zoom in and do some of this fun stuff. Ever so subtle. And now over here, take not the brighter blood patches, make those go back to normal. Take the slightly darker blood tones. Okay, then take this, go up here, select that part, that's actually perfect. And that's good. Now before I mess around with the 3D stuff, I'm just going to check to make sure all this looks fancy and fine in the 2D version. Go inside here, tile sets. A1, yes. Let's see how this ends up looking. Let's see what this looks like in practice. So, there's the four walls. I want to give a little bit of motion. Not too much motion, just a little bit. The speed we've currently selected. Okay, and they'll look a little bit nicer in 3D, but actually I think I have to Babylon, and that's the reason why it's not working quite as intended. Let me do something quickly. Okay, yes, that's where I should look for it. Not that version. And nothing's gonna happen. Gonna test something for science. Wait, I forgot something. This whole time, that actually might be the reason why, but I'm gonna first test this. Okay. Going to Indigo Stalker image. I did forget this. Okay. What results does this have before I do the next step? Nothing there. Okay, let's try this then. No. I need to figure out what's going on with that a little bit later then. It's not a priority to figure out now, but it would be nice to figure out. Okay, got that. Yes. Now then, I'll focus on the sprite work now and do that on my own time, I guess. So this is fine, and I'll figure out more stuff with this layer. With the wall tile stuff decided, though, it's now time to get back to the more regular tiles, which we still have a few more to go and sort out. Specifically, I should go back into the Kokoro thing, tile sets. Since we're looking at ground stuff right now, I should put in A3, A4, and A5. Now I still had the whale sprites open, or whale of despair. It's not like whale, like the creature whale, but anyways. There's a few sprites here which I'll probably end up using for what we need, specifically for the Silent Hill section. Like this floor is good. As is this, and I'll probably change their coloring around. Okay, yeah, these three tiles right here specifically are probably going to be pretty nice for this. View, show grid. I am aware. So for art-wise, we still, I'll say this, we still have more art stuff to do art-wise than we were currently at the moment. We went through a lot of designs where we came up with the ultimate character that we're using, which I will pick up now. So I'll show this briefly. The last few days, we decided to go over the girl's design for a little bit, such as that design. This ended up being the final design that we went with. But we had others. We had her. And that was a little bit of an experiment there. And Jai. Ultimately, we went with a design that was closer to something like this, as you see, as the final. We still have art stuff that we're doing here, but the art stuff's going to be coming in a little bit later. Check here. And those are maybe some of the lovely people here. For the later bathroom tile, would that be fine? Colors... I guess I can do a little bit more with the brightness contrast of it, actually. Turn that down a little bit just so it's a little more disgusting. Then yeah, this I think I can do a color hue shift on just to make it look a little bit nicer. Color, but I think it should be more of a color balance thing than a full change. I know you meant nice. Just gonna tease you for a second about it. I guess that ends up looking a little bit nicer, actually. Hi, Aqua. Check there, a little more into the yellow there. I mean, it's appropriate to what we're working on right now, which is really called uwu Kokoro Love Sick. So really, it's appropriate. It's a good introduction to what we're up to. Okay, types of floors to work out what we're dealing with. That should be good from what comes from Will of Darkness's default stuff. Export effect. I think I'll probably find more in QD than most anything. I can't remember I made a lot of ground tiles for QD. So let's look inside QD. Take the Dream 9 I went all out on. What did I exit out of for QD? Okay, this one. What do I have firstly for Feast Your Eyes, Little Marshmallow? I remember I had a lot too. Probably not too much. That'll be... Oh, no, there's a couple that'll work here. Like this can work very well as the bathroom tile. View, show grid. Why, thank you kindly to let me use this fine restroom tile that I myself created. Okay. So basically, when the world's in its normal form, I want to make the restroom tiles... Oh, I accidentally went to the center thing. I want the restroom tiles to look like... Stop selecting things. To look like this. And then when we transition to the other world, I want them to look more like this. I think that makes sense. So, yeah. Okay. I guess I can use my famous favorite Close Me floor that I continue to use and it continues to be helpful. Da, da, da. Row, 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 row. That's a 48 by 48 tile there, right? And it's not the same as this one. I can take these and make them slightly lighter colors than they are. I have an idea for them anyways. I'll make them a little bit brighter than they are, but not by too much. That should be okay. Da, 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 da. Anything else I need from Feast Your Eyes before I move on? Let me go to 400%, just to sort of glance a little bit more. Not even stair stuff? Not even stair stuff. Okay. I guess I do need grass for the outside section for a little bit of an illusion. Okay. Some of this is for illusionist stuff, but that's okay. Put the grass, and I'll just use the cheap-looking grass for the cheap-looking outside. Yep, that's how I'm wording it. There's actually another type of flooring that would have been nice, but I don't think it's in Feast Your Eyes stuff. It's not. Okay. I'll keep a mental note. So that's that set from old works before we start making new stuff. Ooh, we still got more stuff to go over, but yeah. Cutie, you're here, and I remember to make a lot of weirdly interesting stuff for you, so let's see. Not to open in Paint, I meant to open like this. Now, will any of it be useful for us? That is the question. The carpet there will definitely can be useful for some rooms. I might make it a little bit more colorful than it is, or maybe it's good being that sort of dull tone. I think I'll make it a little bit more colorful. Hue, saturation. Saturate it up, baby. Only something like that. I am good at the moment, Steven. I have eaten already. But, yeah. Do you actually have the white floor? There's a white floor thing, which I'm kind of looking for. Not that, something else. I guess I can do it with this, but I'm gonna have to like cheat the coloring quite a bit. Okay, time to cheat coloring like hell. Colors, hue, saturation, turn the saturation all the way down, turn the lightness way up. And then color, contrast, brightness. It's gonna add sort of a weird look to it, but I think it'll work. Okay. This is the app. I'm looking. What do you mean by app? I think I might type it something because I'm not quite understanding what you're saying. Check things there, then yeah. Okay. Indigo. What did I have for floors for indigo? I did have the grass thing. I keep on accidentally opening that. I need to do this. No, this is not. No, I only inspired game. That's the other thing. This is the Doki Doki inspired group project that we've been working on the last few days. That's okay with autocorrect fun. Nothing there is first pickings for me. I guess I do need this still, though. I didn't get that from one of the other sets. I can close that, get into this. That song's gonna get stuck in my head, I swear. I guess I need this stuff for a stair. Actually, did our house end up having... Yeah, we did end up having stairs. So your stairs. Say hello to stairs, everyone. Then I'll make these into creepier stairs in just a second. Stairs and then spooky stairs. Yep. That's the spirit there, Steven. Brightness contrast. I'll do a big color hue spill in just a second. Filter, colors, hue saturation. Stairs having a great time with all this love they're being thrown. Okay. We do have one pair of stairs in the game, so I'm going to have that ready. Alright, stretch my limbs. Do I like Spirited Away? You mean the movie? Sure. Hello to every type of stair there is. Love for stairs everywhere. We don't have an attic, and do I need anything else really with this stuff? Not really. I think everything else is pretty much tackled. We don't actually need that many floor and wall tiles. Do I think I can design the whole game with this stuff? Maybe a few more of these, but then again, maybe it's fine. Wow. I kind of look with one more discerning eye at something slightly different. Not you, you're the house I'm messing with. You, did you have something which I wasn't really paying attention to for a second for wall stuff? Okay. Image, tile sets. I'll use you as the last barometer of when I might want to grab or not. View, show grid. Can easily work with this. The song's getting stuck in my head because it's been on loop for a little bit. Not the singular song, but all the songs in conjunction with one another. We'll get to you, doors. Okay, yeah, that should be fine here. Overwrite that. Overwrite this. Stretch out and okay. Time for the slightly trickier thing, which I was slightly pushing off because now we need to go through the more sprites. Now I do have some sprites prepared for the 3D system already, so I'm going to start off by sort of coasting through things I've already prepared. So go to Kokoro Love Sick. One of the easiest ways to make a 2D tile sprite thing appear is by putting them into the characters folder within your image folder in order to make your MV. So I'm going to go over the stuff I've prepared for other 3D type games already and see what any I might want to carry over or not before I look at the other stuff. Characters. Okay. It's also when I wish to open it with photos. Not the bridge folder, not that. Actually, let me pay attention and think, what do I really want or need? Some of the stuff in here can work. I guess start from the bottom there. Some stuff can definitely carry over. Trees probably can't. Something from that probably can. I'm fine without having a Kokoro connected, but I guess thank you for asking. I don't need pipes. But do I want that nicer bathtub? And couch. Okay, that one needs a little bit of alteration on my side, so let me go inside of it. I do not need the graffiti and other things from it, but the graffiti does have a purpose, but it's not for this. I actually do not need that stuff. The mirror would be nice. The pipes I do not need, neither do I need the shopping cart. View, show grid. Bathtub is fine. I'll change the couch to look a little bit nicer. Slightly different, nicer color and stuff. Indeed, indeed. Hue saturation. Making it kind of pinkish might actually help it a lot. I'll have to put the brightness up in a second to make out for sort of fading out the outline, but yeah. As this is making it look bloody. Purple is probably the best bet of what to go here. Colors. Brightness, contrast. There we go, a very purple sofa we now have before us. I'll put this there, and that should be fine. Not everything this I'll need, but I can probably see some of the stuff. And oh my, there's side where you got that done pretty well, or pretty quickly. I'll look momentarily. Let me export that. Since we are kind of in the character folder already, I can just open up Sophie. And let's go take a look. So Cyber seems to have finished up the sprite for good old AI. Close these tabs also for myself because I have learned. And now let's go get it. And oh my there. It looked great to me. Okay, so firstly, gifts to show off the progress. Walking. Backwards. Now, I will say this. I'll make a slight alteration of this one. There's one thing I can see, but trust me, I can do it. You don't need to worry about it. Yes, that should be okay playing the game. Let me do it like this, though. Elio download. Wrong thing for the moment. We'll get back to you. Elio, open you. Okay, then close in for a second. View show grid. You didn't make any. Yeah, let me see quickly. I did them backwards, but no, they look the same. I can tell by started looking at them for a little bit. You're doing good. Let me take this stuff. I'll get rid of this middle one. And an RPG Maker stuff. It's left and right. Which you have here. I'll make some slight alterations so it can accommodate that. As a 3D sprite, it's best if it's on like the ground, basically, but that's okay. It's like literally I just have to just put it there. There you go, it's good. I'll test this the characters for and walk around a little bit, see how it ends up looking. Though it should be fine. The feet are the thing which I was thinking about adjusting the backwards sprite, but it's okay. I have the same fucking problem when I do stuff there. Trust me when I say that. Feet are tricky. The shading is fantastic, and I agree with that. I'll fix up the feet. I have some experience with feet looking like they're on backwards. Trust me, trust me. So, generally speaking, here is one of the tricks which I've discovered over time when it comes to feet. Give me a second. Okay. Set this there. So this is going to be something of a slight cheat. Something that actually helps stuff look... Now, this is actually going to be me sort of altering. Firstly, this is not going to be quite look right. Basically, when they're together like this, it'll help, but won't fix the problem entirely. But if... excuse me, I was selecting the wrong tool. If we take this and move it over here, take one pixel and put it there, and do a similar thing on this side, I will bet you it's gonna start looking a lot better. Not quite 100% there yet, but we're getting, it's getting there, it's getting there. So put this there. And the shoes are gonna interlock a little bit, but that's okay. I'm just cheating the system, don't mind me. Take this. Flip a row. Cheat all the systems. Rah rah, cheat the system. So this is not a nice solution to the problem, but it is a solution. It'll probably still look a little bit wrong. Okay, so that's where the wrongness was. I was like, something doesn't look right on this one especially. And I figured out what it was now. Because I went up here and did this, and then put that here. Sophia. Okay, so I'm gonna make her the sprite temporarily in the game. We were just in a 2D project, so this will give us a good look, or a good look at what the walk cycle looks like. Actors, we'll make it into Sophie. We'll make her not transparent at the very beginning of the game. And then yes. I'll make the window slightly bigger so we can get a good look at it there. So, new game. I'll even make her walk over this stuff so we can kind of look. So when we're not seeing her in 3D, but this is what she'll look like when she's basically walking. If you might see her top-down stuff, it works. It's people who might pay close attention might notice there's a little bit of an earth thing about, but yeah. You guys good with how she's walking around? I think that you did a fantastic job, Cyber, honestly, before we go into the 3D side of fun.
I think it looks great. If you asked me, of course.
Yeah. I need to do something, which I just realized right now. How to check what version of RPG Maker MV a project uses. I forgot. I always forget how to do this. Need is a strong word. There are things I would like, but need is definitely strong. There is another character in this game. I have a kind of an idea of what I've wanted her to look like this whole entire time, but we haven't actually done her design yet. And it might be best for you to sprite her if you already did the first girl. Now, let me clarify something. She's not going to need the same amount of sprites this character does. You're never going to see her from the sides. That's one of the big cheat things. You will see her from behind. You'll see her from the front. But for what we need from her, you will never see her from the left or the right. Okay? I'm on the line and motivated to work. So if we can figure out this girl's design for a second, there is one girl that we have a behind and front thing for, but we need her design first. I kind of know how I want her to look. Of course, I'm not a great artist. Let's see if I can quickly sketch up a doodle of what I'm kind of thinking her design would work best as. She should be a similar size to her, and I have an idea of what I want the design to look like. I'll try and doodle something up very briefly here. Let's do transparency. It is actually going to be first person the entire game. So, we're using the 3D system. At the moment, I don't have it coded into the game, so that's why it's appearing as a 2D thing. But the 2D plane is good enough to test to see what they look like before we insert them into the 3D space, basically. So I'm going to do a very, very sloppy, quick doodle. This is not going to be very good. But I'll try and do it. And yeah. Set this there. I'll put the music back on because I kind of had an idea in my head of what she kind of looks like. I'll try and draw in a way where it's just a sloppy, quick doodle. Okay. Take this. Ignore the outline stuff. I'm just trying to do this kind of quickly. Not that messy hair. Let's see. I need to make her hair a little bit smaller than I did. On the scale of what I've drawn the rest of her. Give me a second. Here's my fun artiste skills shown, which means I'm not the greatest artist in the world, but I do what I need to do for my projects. I guess I'll go slightly thinner brush just to demonstrate something. Gonna try and show off what I'm thinking here briefly. Da, 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 da. That's not whatever, it doesn't matter if it's not off kilter, it's just a brief sketch to show what was kind of going on in my head with this for a little bit. Remember, Ryan, keep it brief, keep it precise, but get the design stuff across. It's going A-okay there. Even better than A-okay, I would say. Things are going pretty well. A little bit too light there. Autofilled that a little bit too strongly. Fun. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Let's put a smile on that face. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Not that color. Something kinda close to that color, but not quite that color. And a little more blue. And then put a little bit more to it. That's okay. I appreciate it. Don't worry about it. Da, 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 dee, da. got more stuff coming, just to give a basic idea of what I was thinking of. But I'm also open to personal interpretation. A little bit more more subtle than I was just doing right there. So let me do it like this briefly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Da, 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 da. Well, what do you think, Cypher? Well, honestly, what do you think? I want to leave it. I have ideas for it. I think instead of doing a stereotypical black hair thing, I want to make her like a dirty blonde kind of thing with some weird highlight stuff going on. Da, da, da. Gotta get those roots to show, don't you know? The world may never know. I guess I want that sleeve to be a little bit... whatever, it's fine. If you can think of ways to make her a little bit creepier than I have here, then I'm game. This is just a quick sketch. I can think of a few ways if I was continuing to do her design. I'll do this, and I'll send it your way as well, whatever the case. Like, I guess one idea I have, which I'll demonstrate as a quick idea. You would expect that. Maybe it'd be creepier if she was taller, though. For a while, you're only gonna get brief glimpses of her, though, so very, very, very brief glimpses. Now, let me say, you don't have to follow this design to a T. I literally just jeweled this up trying... This isn't exactly how I pictured it in my head. If I was the one doing... If I was gonna do a Sprite of this, I would continue fiddling with it to get some more out of it. Like, right now, I can already see a few things that I think would probably add more to it than not. So know that you don't need to treat this design like a Bible and be like, oh, it must be just like this. Because I am open to some interpretation with things. But just to give a general gist of what I was thinking of. Sure thing. fun of how things go. In case I need this for anything, let's quickly, I don't know, look where it is. Sophie progress, not Sophie. Other girl progress. I don't have a name for it yet, so yeah. You can change the colors around, you can change whatever around, it's just to give the broadest gist. I don't think we'll ever see her eyes, no. I imagine her eyes are not visible. There's my quick doodle of the day. I can close this here, and this looks good, so it's good as is. And again, we do not need her from the left or from the right, we just need her from the front and behind. But I guess first doing a sketch of what your interpretation of her would be good. And then yeah, you probably do better than I do. I think that everybody adds a little bit of themselves whenever they interpret something. So yeah. Yep. Front and back walking, but left and right is unneeded. Of course. Feel free to ask any questions as it goes forth. Back to my spriting fun. So we're at the character stage where I move character stuff over. Got it. That was where I was at again. Firstly, basic things I can transition. That stuff is fine. I need this chair to look cuter than it does, though I think there's a cutie version that's cuter, which I might be able to use. However, I'll use this and modify it. Hello, chair. I need you to look a little bit cuter and less dreary than you do here. So we're gonna mess around a little bit with you. Saturation, lightness. I guess I can go for a stylized choice of the chairs being purple, honestly. I think that might work out okay, you know. Colors, brightness, contrast. Okay, cancel that. So let's go back a little bit. Colors, hue saturation. Turning the brightness up too much, I think, has a negative effect, actually. Chairs will be very strange in this game. Override chair. Stretch out my arms. Silicon indigo stopper. Okay. And sing. This style TV will work. I'll need a couple of things from that, but that I'll take. Don't need that. Okay. Colors. I make the windows kind of blindingly bright in this. I had an idea with that. Repeat. Make that. Sophie's good as she is. Let me that open. Canvas thing can probably get a use somewhere. Note thing probably can too. Don't need this, don't need that. I'll use that as just a little bit of a reference to something. I can definitely use the fireplace. Don't need this, that. Polywhack and my dog a bone. The fan thing I can probably find a use for. Okay. Here, there, that. Choose that for the fun. Okay. And that's what I need from you before I go to the last tile set that I need to check with you. Next up is Feast Your Eyes, similar deal, but what might I need from here that wasn't in the other place? Probably not too much, it's probably mostly the same stuff, but I'll check if there's any big differences. It's something I'd like to do. This is one difference. Two differences I can spot, but let me change the cushion chair for a second. Open this up here. I'll make this brighter than it is. Brightness. Colors, hue saturation, turn the saturation up by a lot, turn the lightness up, and the hue, we have purple normal chairs. Have one of these being sort of a reddish thing to say, okay, here. Colors, brightness and contrast. Go, export that to cushion chair. Take advantage of what you already have, as they say. Not there. Let's see. So that should be good from the stuff on that side. Finally, I glance at stuff that's already in Cutie, and then I glance at some other things, and then your characters in Cutie. Cutie's take on the chair may have been better than the one I ultimately decided to end up going with. Yeah, it is. So I will replace Cutie's chair with this chair. Place the file for the destination. Except, it also needs to be in here, so yeah. Da, da, da. Not here, not there, things to check. I think that's good. Yeah, that's good. So Cutie can go back here to the tile sets. And I think the last thing really is the 3D, for the 3D stuff before I go back to more of the 2D stuff that hasn't been prepared properly, is look at the tile set stuff, which makes sense. Let me first go into you, go to tile sets, and let's open up your B tile set. And then firstly the tile set of Indigo Stalker, which after this I'm not going to need the Indigo Stalker folder for anything, so I'm just going to close it. Okay. And some stuff to transfer into both. I can definitely find use for the boxes. Oh, whoa, no, not the right tool. View, show grid. Okay. Bucket thing, I already have a thing. I can probably find use for both of these. That stuff I do not need though. Don't need none of that. Towel I can find the use for. Attain pretty high there. I'm not gonna really need much of the outside stuff because this game doesn't have a lot of stuff set outside to begin with. Flowers I can definitely find a use for. Okay, don't need a fire alarm thing. This house isn't that messy, so the garbage doesn't really have a purpose. The classic red haze bin is nice, and nice enough actually. Surprisingly nicer than some of the other garbage bins I've made for other game stuff. And it can probably find a use. That doesn't have a use, this stuff doesn't have a use. This stuff right here though, almost certainly has a use. I also need to hang some paintings around. In fact, let's get this row of paintings here because I know they're kind of cross-dimensional with our stuff here. Da, 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 layer to image size. For some reason, the layer size changes a lot more willingly in this version of GIMP. Val goes down there. We actually honestly do not need too much, and now I'm doing the expand from center thing, which I don't know what I press to make that happen sometimes. Take this stuff. Put it here. Let's start off with the bottom stuff. Stool is fine. All the stuff I can find some use for, but I do plan to make a modification to one of them. You need to be expanded slightly. You can do a scale thing, none, and adjust. Make it about the same size as a person. Da. Da, 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 da. Row, 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 row. And I can use all of you, but I'm going to need you to look a little nicer than you do. So I know something from that, but that's okay. Now, why does it keep on switching to that? Sync's fine. You can brighten up your day a little bit. Colors, brightness. Turn that brightness up. That's good. Table's probably fine. These plants can brighten up a little bit. That, export B as it's coming along. No dreaded, no toilet paper jokes. We'll just have toilet paper. One, two, three, four, five, six. So we can go one more over there and then sort of set an example and then other things elsewhere. And there's a few plants around. I guess it makes sense. It's like a watering can. This one should probably be made a little bit smaller since per scale it's a little bit off at the moment. But yeah. And thank you. Right now we're just kind of reusing things. But thank you very much, community. I'm right now trying to see how I can be a cheap ass and just use stuff that's already been made for other things. Da, 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 da. Lights on fun. Yep. Okay. Set up there. I could probably make this look a little bit nicer, so hip. For the style of game this is, let's just modulate a little bit. Hue saturation. It is efficient to recycle assets. Some of these assets also ended up going unused, so it's... I guess kind of that bluish tone thing works well for it. Oh boy, a very simple light switch. But hey, sometimes you need a very simple light switch. I won't put darts around, we don't need bones. I will put in this little... Why does it keep going to expand this out? I'm not pressing my keyboard that much. I never understand what button it is that makes it do that. It's good to hoard your own assets. So you can be like, I can use this in the future, even if I don't use it now. And it sends to your own whatever, so you can be like, oh boy, I can use that. For what will fit with this project, though, that's what we're kind of going over at the moment. As rolls and goes. I'm gonna keep the laptop, not the fancier computer. I'll keep the bookmark version of the book, but not the other one. Round. I need to resize that stapler, but yes. Now I made it a little bit too small. What? I guess the right size for what it needs to be. Seriously, why do you keep on going back to expand to center? Take the alarm clock, but let's make it a little prettier. Just a little bit, though. Colors. Let's do a colorize here. We have a few purple things going on. Let's go for sort of a magenta there. And that should work out fine. How's it going there, Colin? Right now we're reusing sprites. Some of them you'll definitely recognize. Colin, it's okay to be late. It's not like you need to be here or anything. Just be here when you're available and good. We have made good progress today, though, actually. By the way, I found out earlier, you might have heard when I paused, I was talking to somebody. They decided to order pizza. So at some point, I'm going to take a break from spriting to eat pizza. We'll probably watch something. I have some Doki Doki videos open for inspiration stuff, so we can probably watch those. I'm gonna stop doing that, I apologize. I can probably use a lot of things from Rinks' old thing. I know I have her permission to use this stuff, so I'm gonna look into that briefly. Okay, over right there. This is a little bit of a different game, but yeah. Stretch that out, and let's see. Discard that. So now it's time for the stuff from Feast Little Marshmallow. There'll be a lot of the same stuff, which you'll see, because I've already fitted number 3, but there'll be a few different things, which I might throw in there. I'm not done with Feast Your Eyes, so let's see what we want that wasn't included in the other frame. We don't need the crosses, right? Some of the bathroom stuff. The calendar will be a good addition. Okay, I don't think we'll have a need for a harp. I'll be very surprised if we have a need for a harp. Don't think we'll need the birthday cake for this. The picnic basket might be a good idea. Yep. I make advantage of what I can. I'm going to respond back to someone asking something, so... Alright. Here's a few things. Let me ask you guys a question right now. We're going to be designing a little nice house to explore with the girl. What are some things that we think we might want in the house and like background? That includes like background stuff, like what's in our character's room. Think about some things that we might want in the house. I'm going to write down a list right now, okay? So, this is a serious question. What are some sprites that we might... And don't think about spriting them. I'm saying someone who wants to help some sprites, and trust me, they are very helpful a lot of the time. We have a toilet already, actually. Though, yes, we would need a toilet if we didn't have one. I actually have most of the toiletries taken care of. We have a towel rack, we have a sink, we have a mirror, we have a bathtub, we have a toilet. I think I already said towel rack. We have shampoo stuff, we have a shower curtain. We do have some house... I guess I can say that. Alright, here's a few things. A few more house plants. Not too many. A few more paintings of cute things. You could use kitchen things. We do need kitchen things. You're correct. We need a stove, open, close, a fridge, open, closed with different closed. Kitchen was a good call. And no lie. Thank you there, Cress. Let's see. Kitchen things. A microwave. Open and closed. We have a coffee table. We do technically have a sofa. Yeah, we can probably do. And we do technically have a TV. They might be nice, but for another time I might ask for a different set there. Do we have an old clock? An old clock is a good call. We do have bookshelves, actually. Yep, wall art is something which I'm definitely asking for. A little bit more cutesy than some of the ones that we have as well. I do have beds, which thankfully I can take advantage of. I'm gonna look around the room I'm currently in to also try and get some inspiration. I do want the house to be a little bit barren, but have stuff in it to be a little bit believable, but yeah. We have some windows and curtain stuff. That's a good call as well. I do need to check my patron in general, actually. This character does not have pets. They might have a pet cave, so not the implication, but we're not going to go deeper than that into it. A tea set. Tea set. Kettle, cups. Shoe rack, that's a good call. Shoe rack for the front entrance hall. Coat rack, like a rack for the coats in the front area with a couple coats hanging off the wall. Not the standing ones, as have those from you. Spring. Rugs, throw pillows. Shoe pile up. The game system's a good call. A fake gaming console. Can't be too close. Copyright. Da. I guess that's actually not a bad idea there, Colin. I might not ask that right now. Colin, I bet you can probably take a guess who I'm giving this list to and who asked me to send them a list. I think you pretty much know who exactly it is. But I was going to say, I think I might ask someone else or do the bird thing myself. It's not a bad idea. Yep. Roll as we goes. Da, da, da. Thinking a bit. Bathroom cover. I want some more things for bedrooms, so I'm trying to think about bedroom things outside of like beds. We do have a laptop already, actually. That would have been a good call if we didn't have one already. Da-da. Oh, I know what's something. A fruit bowl. Like, bowl of fruit. Like some kitchens have. I also realized how much I need to do, but that's okay. Some art supplies for an art room. For around a painting canvas. Clothes hamper. Clothes hamper is a good call, by the way. Tall lamp. Like you can place down and stand on its own. Yep, your glass table is there now. I do have a trash can. Couple anime posters, fake kawaii shit. Couple anime figurines. We're gonna make our character a fucking weeb. I guess that's good there. Oh my. Da, 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 da. All right. We are making some spriteless things right now, yes. Partially, I'm going through old Sprite stuff at the moment, just seeing what I can pick up and be like, yeah, I can use that. A minecart. Of course, perfect. That's precisely what I need. We aren't really going to go outside much in this game, and we already have some of the other stuff from the other things, so yeah. Okay, that's from that. I actually have a bowl of fruit in my own home. So I guess that's part of the inspiration, is that we have a bowl of fruit here. Yes. Okay. Next up is the cutie stuff, which there's some slight differences compared to the other ones that we've looked at, but still a lot of the same things. the cutie stuff. Actually, I don't think I need anything from the cutie stuff. Oh well. Sorry, cutie. Alright. Don't need a meeting. As no, it's a couple weeks. More project. Set it again. Set this there. B, C, what do I have here? A clothes washer and dryer. Oh, right, that's actually a good idea. Okay. I'm not sure there's too much from this game that will fit this particular aesthetic. But it was a thought, and there's things I can sprite too, of course. Set that aside. And there's nothing on this sheet that differs. I don't think there will be. I'd be very surprised. I guess I can use, like, so if that should be on one of the, that should be on one of the 2D, like one of the bigger pile things already. Okay. Those are good suggestions, Razzie. Just full of avocados. I see what you're going for there, Cyber, so yeah. Okay. I think that's good for Cutie Patootie. And that's good for my holes and mouth of dirt. Cherished might actually have some stuff that I've never been able to use that might actually fit this particular project, and I find that interesting. If I didn't put the wrong Cherished in here, of course I did that. Of course. Wait. No, I think I'm mistaken. Tile sets. No, never mind. I was right the first time. I'll have to fetch it from someone else later then. But I can get that tonight. That won't be any hassle. I don't need them immediately, so that's fine. Alright, Whale of Despair. What do we got from you? I'm not sure if some of this stuff will transfer over because it's for a very different sort of place to live, but maybe there's a few things that'll convert over. Not that stuff. I guess the rug can convert over, like the 2 rug stuff here. I'll make them look a little bit nicer with the aesthetic we're trying to go for, but yeah. Colors. Hue saturation. Yeah, something more like that. That'll probably work better for our current setup. Da, 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 da. And something like this. It's fancy enough. I can colorize a little bit to fit a bit better. We'll get to you in a second. Colors. A knife for the knife rack. Blender wouldn't be a bad. I think we're starting. So those are not bad suggestions either. But I'm gonna quickly do this for the moment. Colorize. We have like one that's there, so I'm gonna go for sort of a greenish carpet like this. Maybe saturation, or maybe that's exactly what it needs. Try to make whole set for a fictional avocado breakfast sandwich setup. I do see something from here which I can definitely use. A couple things, probably even. I can take this. It's a little big, but I can also make it a little shorter. I think the pizza might be arriving here because there's someone starting to get what I assume is pizza. I'll take the spaghetti. Hey. I just realized that was a reference to. Okay, so take that. A few things that I'll be able to convert over nicely. Firstly, that. Delete that part. The trophy will go over nicely. A trophy's a nice thing, which I probably wouldn't have thought of if I already had, so I was gonna say. Yarn and a socket. They'll fit for this particular project. A socket makes sense. Since it's already have light switches, and yarn can make sense. Oh! I will check it out. That's a lot of people. I'll show this off to people for a second. Yeah. The project comes along as is. Here's a picture of a Final Fantasy XIV graduation. I do not play Final Fantasy XIV, but I just want to show that off for a second. That's a lot of people for a graduation thing in a game, which I understand it's the times that we live in. And thank you there, Summer. Da, 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 da. Now let's see. A little more transfer. And I guess I can use a couple of these old painting portrait stuff I'd already put together. We do need a few art pieces for this. Not that layer. Yeah. And this can't transfer over, even though I need to remove the blue shadows. It's not really fitting with this particular game's aesthetic, but yeah. But thankfully it's easy enough to do. Just select it and voila, it's gone. Surprise of the times, I know. Look how far technology has come. And I think mostly the rest of this is dirt and grime. We don't really need the dirt and grime for what we're working on. So, yep. It's a pretty clean house comparatively to some of the other things we're working on recently. I guess I do have my old grandfather clock I can use, but I don't mind using another one there, and I can use some of those chairs. Give me those chairs. You will hand me your chairs. take this, but flip it around. Yeah, it can definitely be soothing. Sometimes kind of a nice rhythm to game development. Over right there, and good. I'll find the... I have used this... I have reused my red haze mop so many times. It's kind of stupid, honestly. But it has to find its uses. It honestly does. I'll keep my fancy toilets. Speaking of which, shower hole is not a bad idea. Okay, okay. Recycling's not a bad idea either. Remember, kids, recycle. Three and a half by 3.5. Okay. Set this here. And a clock is not a bad idea of something to have. Don't think most houses have a billboard, and yeah. In the background, it's gonna be listening to something, and that's okay. Set some things out. Set this there, and good. Those are good for some things I think I can transfer over pretty easily. There's a few more things I probably can transfer over, but let's get through. That's this for all of you. That's Love Kokoro, that's the project we're currently working on. Girls Graveyard is the next one. Character stuff should be fine. Tile set stuff is where I have to ask a little bit more of the questions. It'll probably be just these two I have to look at, though. No, with the scale of the game, not much of this is usable for that. The style's a little bit too different, so that's the issue with some of this stuff there, so yeah. Don't think I need anything else from here. I guess I can use this. There's two things actually which I can probably take and use for something. Lamp is one, but I think I might wait. It's the clock and the book, which are two other things which I might end up using. Put that there for a second. Use this here. I can probably use these two things. And they're right next to each other, so that's convenient. Oh, and the cup. There we go, that's stuff which I think I need from that. Not need is a strong word, but I was gonna say. Let's put this there. That keeps on changing to expand from center, and I'll never figure out why it keeps on switching to that. It's probably some button combination I'm not aware of. Delete that and put this book here. Okay. A few more things put into place to extract out to. Now we actually probably have enough sprites to create the first few rooms. Maybe, well, there are some sprites coming in that's for the hallway specifically. Alright, some organization done. But I can sprite some things myself outside of what I've asked for. Alright. shake myself out for a moment. I guess there's something which I remember that I need to do with this particular thing, so I'll do so now. I want to make a counter for later, and that should just be kind of a color thing. Color this here and there. Make sure I got the right dimensions. The counter color I probably want to go for in the kitchen is a dark blue. Hey, how's it going there, Nepti? Let's put this here, and that'll probably be good. I guess I'm going to select... That is right, we only have slight color transparency thing selected. Set that to this sort of color. I guess the top of it should be a lighter color because of what I want to do with this particular thing. So you should be the lighter blue I was just thinking about. Spriting at the moment. Trying to get a lot of the basic spriting stuff done at the moment, so... Now, I actually want to try a slight experiment. I'm going to do something artistic here. I don't mess around with this usually, but I think I can actually do what I want, what I'm thinking about doing through... No, that doesn't have the effect I was hoping it would have. I probably would have to make the colors work a little bit more, so... Maybe if I do it like... Cubism? I guess that's closer, but not exactly what I was thinking either with it. Filter... Artistic... There's something I'm thinking of. Is it Clothify? It might be Clothify. I don't remember if turning these up and down do, but we'll find out. Fortunately, I remember this option doesn't have like a preview. You just have to wait to see the result. That's a little bit too much, but that is up the alley of what I kind of want to do. If I turn these way down, turn the depth to 1, and turn these down to like 3, what is the result? More or less. Okay, more. So those have to go higher. If I turn these up to 45, how does that change? Okay, so that's not what I was having an issue with. How about this for a death? Okay, I'm starting to understand what some of these things do. So I turn this way up. That's close to what I'm trying to go for. Wish it was summer. Okay. Set there. Wait, is that doing what I think it looks like it's doing? Okay. Show grid. Overwrite that, and yeah. I think it is. Stretch out my limbs. That said, there is something which I kind of want to do with this outside of what I've already done, so I guess I'll do it. Cover. Okay. This is 96 by 96. To make 48. Between 40 and this would be 24 to be 52, so this should become 72. And this should make it go to 48. Similar thing here. 72. 48. Okay, and then take a darker color, take a pixel up front thing like this, make it go to tilt, have the color be something like that. Guess it's a little bit, well, sure, I can just do it like this. It's a little bit cheating, but it'll probably work. Put that there, put this here, and the result should be pretty okay. Similarly, take this, move that there. This one's going to take a little more science. This needs to be 24 precisely. Just to fit there and to fit here. Likewise, and also over here. I guess I forgot about this side as well, but did it now. And then a good 24 by 24. 24 up there. And 24 down here. And I'm not sure how that result will end up looking inside the game. It might make this look really... Actually, I need a little bit more. Right, okay. Yeah, it needs to be like the grid I see right here where I see the divide and split, which I need to do. I need to basically copy this and move it a bit more in the center like this. However, likewise, there needs to be a little more intersection here, which needs to be a little bit more like this. And there we go. Now we have the result I was going for. Don't call me senpai. What's up, Netty? And how's it going there, Emily? There's that. Export as A3. And thus a kitchen counter little thing done. You could put something down there, but I don't think we need it for the kitchen counter type setup that we want this to basically accommodify. So put that there, and that should be golden. Stretch out these limbs, and yeah, there's a pizza coming pretty soon. So, export that as this. The sprites here are doing fine as well. I did not mean to export as. Export in the meantime there. This stuff should be good. Alright, and this stuff should be good. Doing pretty good? Yeah. Nice to see you there. Yeah, I'm on currently a functioning computer. I'm actually really sad though, because I might have permanently lost my Discord account. I'm like, I'm trying to figure out what Discord, like, I know they can delete my account, but that's delete the server. Can I transfer ownership of the server? But whatever happens will happen there. Set that there. Okay. There's still a lot more to do, but some big progress there. I still think the girl came out very good, thanks to Cybersoul Fits. I know, but then I have to. I don't want to lose this. This is the Yai server that literally has Yai Gameworks as the URL, and it's verified and everything. So I need to ask that question. I did email to them. They haven't emailed me back yet. No, they haven't. I did ask some questions. So yeah, you are. I do have a server. That's that. I can't actually log into my own Discord right now, so we're gonna see what happens. Apparently, okay. What I have found out. Here's my suggestion. Anyone who has a Discord account, right now, write down. Go to your Discord settings and go. If you have two-step, okay, I have two-step verification turned on. If you have that turned on, get your backup codes and back that shit up, because I have discovered how much of a nuisance this is if you haven't. So basically, my phone is bricked. My phone is broken. There is no way to repair my phone. I do have a new phone now, but what I've learned is that Google does not transfer Google Authenticator data to new phones. For some reason, Google Authenticator does, I can get you the link. It's like https://discord.gg/yagameworks. Let me make sure this actually works. It should. Yeah, that link does work. See, and I'll lose that URL if Yai. But it is what it is. Okay. But going with that, what I've discovered is with Discord account management, apparently they do this for security reasons. So this is both good to know and bad to know. So here comes the basics of it, okay? Want to know how Discord basically does its server thing? Because you know how accounts can get hacked, right? No, it doesn't have the same appeal, and it's not how it's like I officially have it copyrighted in the U.S. segment of business or my site URL or anything like that, or my Twitter account. But going with that, so here's something which I have learned about Discord in this process. Discord, the way that they make sure that there is no account hacking is there's actually no master list of Discord accounts that Discord holds at all. Discord like has the name of accounts, but they don't have any information on them. Basically, the only information they have on them is the information everybody else can see, like, oh, this is your account name, this is your account number, that sort of thing. That's all they have. They don't have access to get inside people's accounts. Now, they can permanently delete an account being from inaccessible, but they don't have the credentials or anything about the account saved. So the problem is that if you lose access to an account, like you can't log in, there is no way for them to get you into your own account because they themselves do not have access into your account. And what this means, if you have two-step verification on, if you lose access to that verification method, the only way you're getting back into your account is if you have backup codes. But the backup codes don't save automatically. You need to manually save them. And so I'm in a situation where I cannot log into my Discord because there's two-step verification put onto my Discord account. And I have lost the authenticator because Google Authenticator, which is what I was using, does not transfer the authenticator account from phones. It's literally a physical thing. Like, even though I still have the same Google account, I've lost access to my authenticator ability, which means I literally cannot access anything. I cannot access my Discord backup codes because I can't log into Discord, and I can't access my Google Authenticator stuff for my two-step verification because Google's Authenticator thing reset because it does that whenever you get a new device. So yeah, basically I'm fucked and I've lost my account. Now what Discord can do, they can delete the account associated with that, but what I'm asking is if they can transfer ownership of the EI server to my new account, and yeah. Anyways, what I've learned today is if you have two-step verification turned on to your Discord account, which is good to have, make sure you have those backup codes saved somewhere, or else you're going to be locked out of your account like I am. I didn't even know the backup codes were really a thing. Like, I vaguely knew about them, but I didn't really ever think about them ever. But yeah. But, so, the good side of this is knowing that if Discord ever gets hacked, nobody's account will ever, like, there's no information that will get leaked out because Discord literally does not have access to your accounts or private information on Discord. They legitimately don't have access to that. But, so that's the good side of this. If Discord ever gets hacked, your personal information is not getting out there. The downside of this is if you get locked out of your account, you're basically fucked. So, now you know. Is what it is. Ah, well. Let's see. Thinking about what to do. So we have been spriting for the last few hours. Do I still feel like spriting? Honestly, well, I say spriting, but it's more organizing. I haven't actually sprited anything today. Well, I guess I edited some sprites, but... Spriting is one of the areas I have the most tricky stuff with in these things, because there's times I enjoy it a lot, but oftentimes it's just kind of busy work. And you have to do so much of it, at least for like 2D games. If you're not doing 2D games, then you're going to be doing a lot of 3D modeling. Or someone on the team is going to be doing a lot of 3D modeling. But yeah. thinking about this and thinking about how to best realize this. We did get done one of my bigger goals today. In fact, technically we're ahead of where I thought we were going to be by the end of today. We have the main girl sprite done. I'm still going to work. I still feel like working. But I also want to take a quick break. But I also should hold off to take my break when the pizza arrives. Because, you know, there's a pizza coming. And that's a great time to take a break. And the break is literally going to be me eating pizza, watching Doki Doki videos, because that's what we're taking inspiration from. So what can I do in the, I don't know, 20 minutes it takes before the pizza arrives? No, I did not order food. This pizza was ordered by my family. They were like, hey, everybody, we're going to come over and we're going to, like, my dad's going to pick up a pizza and it's going to be yai and then yai. That was basically the situation here. Pizza. So they were very generously offered food. Here's what it is. I'm not going to deny free pizza. Yeah, draw sprites on top of the pizza. But what to do in 20 minutes before I take my food break? No, it's not. I said this. You weren't here probably when I said this. It's not a TV you hear. It's a religious sermon playing from a phone. It's not me, but you know. I warned that you were going to hear it there in a little bit, so yeah. They don't say yeah, so no. The thing that we actually already have, maybe a little bit more detail in the maps than we have, but we technically do have a room layout, which I can access right here. Image, I have it in this folder. We actually added a few concepts, and we did make the house smaller each time. Let me show you the house progress. So, oh, the pizzas are here. That came faster than I thought they would. Yep, pizza fun. Went from this size to this size to this size. Basically got smaller each time. This was the original concept of the house. This version was like 30 rooms or something. We lowered it down to this size, which was like 20 something rooms, and we ended up with this, which is only about 12 rooms. But it makes sense for the scope of the game. Okay, so I know that was a huge house. That's what a lot of people were saying. Like, Ryan, you said keep it a small house. That's a huge house. And I'm like, well, okay. So now we only have 12 rooms. Though the 12 rooms have a little bit more expansion to them. However, pizza's here, so guess what? Doki Doki time. I opened up a few Doki Doki. I've seen some of these videos before, like a while ago, but I've been wanting to, you know, we can learn some things. I guess, give me a second. I'm going to grab some pizza, because pizza is here. I'll play this song, and then I'll be back, and I guess while I nom nom nom, I'll watch somebody talk analytically about Doki Doki Literature Club. So, BRB. Sleep well, NG. So I'm gonna go grab pizza. BRB as this goes. I'm back. So, I've got pizza here. It is streaming, right? It looks like it's streaming. Okay. So,
Doki Doki.
we have a couple Doki Doki Literature Club videos here, so. Remember which ones?
I like.
That person we didn't listen to last time we listened to the other video. Do you want to listen to the next post video or the fines video? I am streaming. Okay. As I eat pizza. I actually have not seen next pose video of this. So, and I will link it in case anyone wants to check it out on their own time. Voila. Sorry, next time I'm using your video. Let's watch it as I nom on pizza. I know, very high quality streaming right there, but it's food.
Doki Doki Literature Club is the latest and greatest video game created by the same team that brought you the renowned Project M. Team Salvato, headed by Dave Salvato, have set out to create the greatest dating simulator of the year. In the game, you join 4 girls in their literature club to get to know them better and possibly have a chance at dating one of them. There's even a point to where you can invite one of them over to help with various activities such as baking, crafting, and painting. How much better could it get? What a surprise this game is. Have you ever had something take your expectations, flip them upside down, and twist them into a morbid, unrecognizable monster? Well, that's precisely what Doki Doki Literature Club accomplishes. I am absolutely stunned that I had never previously known about this masterpiece until a few weeks ago. I was just browsing Reddit when I randomly stumbled upon somebody talking about the game. The thing is, I'd heard of the name before, but I always shrugged it off since it appears to be nothing more than an innocent game that, quite frankly, doesn't suit my style. It looks like a peppy, ordinary dating simulator which just isn't something that I'd be interested in. But this time, I read into it. It's nothing like that at all, and while it might seem innocent on the surface, in actuality, it's extremely disturbing. I was initially confused, but intrigued. Nobody really gave away any major spoilers. I had to have this, so I navigated to their website and downloaded it. Now before I progress further, I do want to note that the game is completely free, and you can play it on your computer right now. If this seems like something that interests you, I highly recommend that you go experience it for yourself and then return if you have any questions on what's going on underneath the surface.
But you just showed the big spoiler at the beginning of the video. You should have said that before you said this. Anyways, back to this.
I will be diving into each act, the changes throughout, and the overall themes and speculations that I've come up with surrounding each character. With this being said, let's take a deeper look into this club. Aside from the multiple content warnings that pop up when launching the game, this beast appears to be an innocent visual novella in the form of a video game. The story surrounds your interactions with 4 girls as you're forced into joining a literature club with them. These girls are Sayori, your childhood best friend and the one who forces you into joining this club, Yuri, the soft-spoken and fickle bookworm, Natsuki, the young, hot-headed manga fanatic, and Monika, the kind president. Each girl has a different background, and through multiple choices that you're able to make in the game, the outcome will slightly change. The way that I'm going to structure this video will be based entirely off of my personal experience with the game and the choices that I made. I know that decision variations may change the story, so do keep this in mind. So, Act 1, Day 1. The game opens with us standing outside of our house, headed to school for the day, when we're immediately approached by Sayori, our childhood friend. She's actually on time to class for once, which is a surprise, and stops to chat with us. While we're talking, our character's trying to come up with what to say to keep the conversation from being awkward. However, Sayori keeps it going without issue. She then invites us to join her literature club to our hesitation. After bribing and doing whatever she can to get us to join, we finally cave in and, after school, head over to the classroom that the meeting is being held in. To our surprise, the club consists of just 4 girls, and much of the first day is spent conversing with them, eating cupcakes, and orienting ourselves with who they are. Our player character seems to have more of a focus on picking up one of the girls than actually reading literature, and we use this as an excuse to ourselves to keep coming back for more and more. Towards the end of the day, Monika proposes that we should all write poetry and bring a piece of writing for critique the following day, to our dismay. At the end of day 1, Sayori proposes that we should walk home together, and so we do. After this, we're introduced to the first night. These are basically portions of the game where we can craft our own poems for the following day in the club. To do this, we have to select 20 buzzwords that we think would appeal to each girl, shown on the left. When we select a word that appeals to a certain girl, their avatar will hop on the left side, letting us know. The outcome for day 2 will change depending on who we appeal to the most during our poem creation. One side note that I want to make here real fast is the fact that there is no Monika avatar. Do keep this in mind. Anyway, jumping forward, for day 2, not much seems to happen out of the ordinary. We re-enter the classroom after school, and Sayori notes that Yuri had brought a book for us. After this, one of 3 possible things could happen depending on who you appealed to during poem creation. If the poem appeals to Sayori, we will go chat with Monika and Sayori about the upcoming school festival. If the poem appeals to Natsuki, we'll go look for books of manga to read together. And lastly, if the poem appeals to Yuri, we'll affectionately read her book together. After these possible scenarios, Monika will interject, claiming that it's time to share poems. At this point, it's pretty much up to us to choose how this will play out. We can share our poem with each of the girls in whatever order we want, and depending on who it appeals to, the responses will be slightly altered. After sharing our poems, Natsuki and Yuri begin to argue about their writing styles, and it's up to us to either choose a side in the argument or get Sayori to break it up. Regardless of who we choose, after the scuffle, Monika interjects, closing the day and sending us home. On the way home, Sayori obliviously claims how much everyone likes me and how great the club is, to our hesitation. Following this,
I'm going to say something. The fact that you just mentioned that she's the only character who faces directly forward is actually a really good point. I've actually never seen anyone mention. Now, people bring up other things, like the fact that her knee socks are a different color than the rest. The other 3 girls, you can almost never see it except for briefly on the title screen usually. But all the other 3 girls' knee socks are white while Monika's are black. That one's a little bit more telling if you notice it, but it is a good observation that all the other 3 characters are looking slightly off angle, like at a like not directly at the player, while Monica looks directly forward. So that's notable and a good little mention there.
The day closes. For day 3, we show up to the club sans Monica. Sayori greets us and asks us to join her in grabbing a snack. Natsuki throws a cookie at Sayori before jumping into the conversation with Yuri, and they talk about cookies and whatnot. One side note that I want to make here before we progress is when they bring up Monica for being late. They claim that they don't know where she is, and Sayori implies that she might have a before cutting herself off. This leaves the floor open to interpretation. However, after putting the obvious 2 and 2 together, we can assume that she means a boyfriend. The interesting part is, however, when Yuri chimes in, claiming that Monica is probably more desirable than all of us combined, to which Sayori agrees. Keep this in mind. Anyway, Monica then rushes in apologizing for being late and letting us know that she was playing piano, to our surprise. After this, depending on who your poem appeals to, one of 3 things will happen. If the poem appeals to Sayori, you'll leave the class to help her gather supplies. While getting them, crayons will fall onto her head and you'll be left with consoling her to help her feel better. If the poem appeals to Natsuki, you'll go with her to the closet to gather books of manga, and while she's on a chair with a heavy box, she falls straight onto the main character, to which afterwards we console her. If the poem appeals to Yuri, we'll help her make some tea, and afterwards we'll read our book together once more before a strange scene occurs with us putting chocolate into her mouth for her. Following these possible scenarios, Monica interrupts once more, claiming that it's once again poetry time, and so we share amongst ourselves once again. One side note that I like to make here is when Monica gives us her writing tip of the day. It's very easy to overlook this as a simple, remember to save your game, reminder that most games have. However, it's strikingly out of place for those that are following the narrative. Monica appears to be self-aware that this is indeed a game. So after this, Monica claims that we're going to be doing a poetry performance for the school festival. To everyone's dismay, they then rehearse amongst themselves, and following this, the club meeting concludes for the day. While walking home with Sayori, she asks you a very straightforward question. She asks that if, theoretically, Yuri asked us to walk home with her instead of Sayori, who would we choose? We're then presented with an option. However, after doing some digging on this, it seems that whatever option we choose makes no difference in the overall story of the game. After this, and depending on your answer, Sayori will be pleased or taken aback and trail off back home. Once this happens, we'll become aware of the sticky situation that she's putting us in and head back home for another night of poem writing. For day 4, we head back to the classroom to begin planning for the big festival. Before the planning begins, however, there's one point where Monica seems to be self-aware once more. When discussing what they look forward to most at the festival, Natsuki claims that she would love to have squid. Squid, Monica replies. That's a pretty specific thing to look forward to. Natsuki then retorts, oh come on, you don't like squid, you of all people, to which Monica then responds with, huh? I didn't say I don't like it. Besides, what do you mean by you people? Because it's right in your name, Natsuki says. Mon. Ika. Side note here is that Ika is a pronunciation for squid in Japanese. Now I know I might have butchered that and it might be incorrect, but in translation that's what it means. Anyway, Monica then responds with, eh? That's not how you say my name at all. Also, that joke makes no sense in translation, with Natsuki being completely confused after this. Afterwards, Monica shrugs it off and we then move on to poem evaluations once more. At this point, it becomes evident that Monica's poems are becoming increasingly more serious, and after we ask about it, she shrugs off poems as not needing to have a direct meaning. Towards the end of the day, we begin to plan, and it becomes evident that we all need to pitch in our resources. Sayori displays that she's extremely unhappy, presumably due to us, and then heads home early, alone. This sits in the back of our mind as we begin to plan with the others. When doing this, Natsuki offers to bake cupcakes and Yuri offers to make banners and various graphics. At this point, we then get to choose whom we want to help out over the weekend, and depending on who we choose, gain the phone number of one of the two to keep in contact over the weekend. After this, we jump forward to Sunday and Sayori becomes the centerpiece of our worries. The problem is, we're expecting either Natsuki or Yuri to come over to help, depending on who we selected. Putting that aside, we then decide to head over to Sayori's house since it seems that she's gone missing in action, and while there, we have a long, drawn-out and heartfelt moment where she admits to us that she suffers from serious depression. This is why she's always late to class. She has no reason to get up in the mornings. After this, she beats herself up and claims that she made us worried about her and that she feels terrible for it. We then bring her in for a close embrace to help her feel better, and after this, we remember that we're expecting company. Sayori declines to come with us and we head back home, and once we head back, we either find Yuri already waiting for us outside, or Natsuki, whom shows up shortly after we return home. We then help out whoever we selected, and after this, we have an intimate moment with him in front of our house before Sayori interjects, making the entire thing extremely awkward. Once either Yuri or Natsuki runs off, Sayori claims that the thoughts of us alone and the girl of our choosing had filled her mind, and she couldn't help thinking about what we were doing alone. After some dialogue, we're presented with an option of either telling Sayori that we'll always be her friend, or telling her that we love her. Choosing one over the other has no overarching effect on the story. However, this is the point where the first out-of-game change will occur. A file named happythoughts.png is written to the game folder, and after opening it, we see this. For day 5, we wake up to the absence of Sayori. We thought that, of all days, this would be the day that we greet her to join us in the walk to school. We're worried, but we make our way to class anyway. Monica greets us claiming that we're super early, and that after Sayori and I's exchange the day prior, we really shouldn't have left Sayori hanging like that. We were a little worried, however we press on to take a look at the poems that each member had submitted in the festival book, and when reading Sayori's, it's this. After this, we become exponentially worried about her and rush back to her house, letting ourselves in and hoping that everything is okay. And then it happens. One thing that typical users might overlook at this point is the background. We can see that a file named traceback.txt has a surprise waiting for us. After staring at the screen for a bit, the screen fades to black and the word end appears before returning us to the title screen. Side note here, upon digging into the game's program files, we find said text file, and upon reading it, it says this. And with this, we conclude Act 1. Act 2 is where the game really begins to go off the rails. Glitches, distortions, and corrupted text become a normality, and it all begins at the title screen on the main menu. After the game relaunch following the suicide, we'll see that Sayori is missing from the main menu screen and is replaced by glitched versions of all 4 girls combined.
By the way, do you guys want to continue watching this a little bit, or are you guys good for now? I am recharged from eating. Food is energy, after all. Mess up quality.
Yeah. I had actually seen that file. I did not see the text thing, but all the same. Good with either. Some people have been mean on my Twitter stuff recently. Not to me, to like they're responding to other people in my tweet chains. I'm like, I don't want to see you guys being mean to each other. Have I seen this video? Well, I mean, apparently I've clicked it before, but have I seen it?
Like me.
My. Chill and good with whatever. Okay, stretch out. I'll play a little bit more. I'm just gonna stretch out for a second, and I guess we'll do this.
Also, one side note here is that the game has a 25% chance of replacing the content warning at the very beginning with one of these possible messages. So day 1 of Act 2 appears to begin very similar to how it did in Act 1. However, the music seems to be slightly distorted and Sayori's name is completely eliminated, being replaced by randomized glitch text. Once the part arrives where Sayori is physically supposed to be in-game, the game mimics a crash and recovers with us, quote, remembering that we walked to school alone. Once we finally get introduced to the club, Monica has a 33% chance of popping up in a strange distorted fashion. Also, something to note at this point in the game, there is a 14% chance that the graphics in the background will display Sayori's suicide.
That one I experienced, but yeah.
Anyway, the day progresses seemingly as usual, sans Sayori, and at the end of the day, we're given a chance to read a special poem, which says this.
I don't think people... Okay. There's something they did not mention, which I wish they had mentioned. I'm going to go to my channel for a second. I'm going to show. In all these analysis videos, no one ever mentions this. And I'm like, really? Even I noticed it. Probably, I don't know. I had the background thing. So yeah, it's going to be in parts 5? Yeah, it's in part 5. It'll be in the club room. It's very subtle. Saying down the... I need to remember when it happens. It's like pretty early into the second phase. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Maybe they will mention it. You know, I won't judge it. Let's see.
After this, we're able to go back to the poem writing once again. However, we begin to notice that Sayori's avatar is missing. The remaining words in the game that ordinarily would go to Sayori are given to either Yuri or Natsuki, depending on how much they favor one another. Also, one thing to note at this point is that there's an extremely slight chance that picking words for Yuri will cause her avatar to change faces to this very creepy one that we see here. After the poem game, a file called canyouhearme.txt is written to the game's directory, and opening it reveals this. Onward to day 2. This is when the true abnormal events begin to occur. Depending on who your poem appeals to more on this day, you'll either interact closer with Yuri or Natsuki. Going the Natsuki route allows you to help her retrieve her manga from the closet to read. Once you gather it, the first instance of dark text appears, and in this case, it forces Natsuki to say, "Fucking Monica, MMMMMMM." When going back and looking at the history, it's edited to say, "Freaking Monica." Shortly after this, dark text appears once more as Natsuki is talking, and dark squares cover her eyes while a distorted version of the background music begins to play. Monica then gives her a protein bar and she reverts back to normal, ending the scene. If we go for Yuri's route at this point, we'll read the book, The Portrait of Markov. I know I probably butchered that, but one side note that I want to make here is the existence of what our character describes as an ominous looking eye on the cover. Keep this in mind for later. Anyway, Yuri begins to act strangely in this portion as well. If we can recall, in Act 1, she described the book as being about a girl in high school who moves in with her long-lost younger sister, but as soon as she does so, her life gets really strange. She gets targeted by these people who escaped from a human experiment prison, and while her life is in danger, she needs to desperately choose who to trust. No matter what she does, she ends up destroying most of her relationships and her life begins to fall apart. In Act 2, however, she describes it very differently. She claims that this book is about this religious camp that was turned into a human experiment prison, and the people trapped there have this trait that turns them into killing machines that lust for blood.
This the other day, which I'm going to respond to what you're saying, Colin. I like Phase 2 of Doki Doki Literature Club, I do. But I also feel like it has the most faults, and I think one issue Doki Doki has is it goes like... Act 1 has pretty good subtle horror, and there's good build-up and tension, and just small things. Act 2 of Doki Doki Literature Club, it kind of turns into like a creepy pasta-esque thing with a lot of things. And there's some actually well-done stuff in the middle of it, but some of it goes too far into cartoony territory. Now, I'm going to say this. Standards for creepypasta stuff is pretty low. There's pretty good creepypasta stuff out there. I'm not saying there isn't. There's so much I particularly love. And Doki Doki does it better than a lot. But compared to the subtle horror that came before it, I feel like the kind of almost cartoonish direction that they go with some of the creepypasta elements, they aren't scary and they have their appeal. I don't even find them unappealing. Like, I find them to be appealing. It's just some of them feel kind of like forced in, if that makes any sense. And it's not even I hate it. It's just I kind of feel like there could have been different directions they could have gone with Act 2 to make the horror more effective. But in the end, they kind of went for the standout. Now, let me also say this, and I said this when I was talking about this last time either, I don't think what I'm suggesting would have made the game pop out in popularity like it did. In fact, I think for the audience that they're aiming this for, it was the right call to make. I think this act will probably be many people's favorite. Because keep in mind, a lot of the part of Doki Doki's huge audience, I hate to say it like this, there's a lot of teens, kids, people that like the game a lot, and I do think that kind of outlandish, non-subtle horror stuff appeals, and I even find appeal in it as a horror enthusiast, so I get it. I'm not trying to demean or say, oh, that's lower or lesser horror. It's just I feel like it's a big tone shift from the first phase, and I could see a potential Doki Doki that continued, and like it still, builds it up and all that, but could have gone in a different direction than almost kind of cartoony creepypasta stuff it does in the second act. It's not even that it's bad, and in the end, I think that actually helped its popularity to strike big with the audience, like the YouTube audience and all that, but I hope you kind of get what I'm saying with that at the same time. Anyways.
But the facility gets even worse, and they start selectively breeding people by cutting off their limbs and affixing them to... Oh, that might be a bit of a spoiler. But anyway, I'm really into it. The book, I mean, not the thing about the limbs. Some other things to note about
this, there's absolutely nothing wrong with creepypasta type things. I would love to make a creepypasta game at some point.
It's just that the first act of Doki Doki doesn't specifically read like a creepypasta type thing, and they do a far more subtle things with their stuff and the far more human elements. So it's not even that the second act is bad, it's just it's a bit of a tone shift, and the tone shift is good to change up the pacing, and again, I think it's what helped Doki Doki grow into the size of popularity that it eventually did. It's just a notable thing, a little thing of my thoughts of, I wonder what a Doki Doki would have been like if it had gone in a different direction of Act 2 instead of like an outlandish creepypasta-esque direction if they decided to go something else. Anyways.
Yuri is when she apologizes for dozing off. In Act 1, she claims that when I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts, I kind of forget to pay attention to other people. However, in Act 2, she words it very differently, with glitch text interjecting between these two lines, saying that her whole body gets incredibly followed by said glitch text. After this, it's time to swap poems once more, and one notable thing to remember when sharing with Natsuki is that if she doesn't like your poem at this point in the game, there's a 1/3 chance of her eyes popping out before she continues with the scene as normal. After the poem swap, an argument between Natsuki and Yuri occurs. While this was lighthearted and normal in Act 1, it's much darker in Act 2, referencing Yuri and her tendency to cut herself. The song Poem Panic begins to play, as it did in Act 1, however this time it's in a very creepy and distorted manner. At this point in time in Act 1, we had the option to choose two sides in the argument and also to call in Sayori to handle the situation. It's much different here since, as we know, Sayori is dead. So, we're left to either choose Natsuki or Yuri. However, no matter who we choose, a glitch will occur, causing the screen to zoom towards Natsuki's option. After 9 clicks, Monika interjects claiming that
So, the thing which I mentioned that most people don't know that, or don't mention is on day 2 of Doki Doki Literature Club, and I'm pretty sure this isn't a rare event. Maybe it is and I'm just mistaken, so maybe most people don't experience it, but it definitely happened to me when I played. I'll let my own Let's Play for a minute and tell me if you notice what's going on. For starters, you can also see that I have the Sayori hanging in the background fun, but just see if you can notice what's going on here.
At least keep my word. Well, I'm back at the Literature Club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Oh, what? Thanks for keeping your promise, Dusky. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you, making you dive headfirst in the literature when you're not accustomed to it. Oh, come on, like he deserves any slack. You already had to be dragged here by Monika. Does the music get higher pitched as well? I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what, but if you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it. Oh, Monika, you're in front of the text.
So you sure is a big mouth for someone who keeps a manga collection in the club room.
It's not the effects, it's something more subtle.
Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monika and manga. Now then. Manga is literature! Swiftly defeated Natsuki. Is something weird with... Am I crazy?
And I just noticed it in the Let's Play, so I'll listen to past me explain what's going on.
Is there something weird with... whatever. I'm probably... Swiftly defeated... Wait! Wait a goddamn second! In the background, there's a picture of Sayori who's...
Not the Sayori picture. Okay, I do know I pick up on it. Okay, so I can click at different points, you'll realize what's going on. The screen is slowly tilting and zooming in. It goes really slowly. So towards the very end, if you take some time, you might start noticing it. I noticed it a little bit after it goes in, but it does it. And I think that's a good touch because it starts making the screen go slightly a tilter and then zoom in. But you might not notice it unless you're like really paying attention. And yeah, the music worked fun. Anyways, swiftly defeated, Tsuki pops back into her seats. I'm sorry, Dusky. We'll make sure to put your comfort first, okay? Yuri shoots Natsuki with a disappointed glance. Also, is Yuri's eyes kind of weird? Like, am I just problem? Anyways. Anyway, now that you're in the club and all, perhaps you might have interest in picking up a book to read. Well, I can't really say no either way. Like you said, I'm in this club now. So it only feels right for me to do something like that, if you ask. Wait. I didn't mean it like that. If you don't really want to, then forget I said anything, I guess. No, that's not the reason, Yuri. I want to try to be a part of this club. So even if I don't read often, I'd be happy to pick up a book if you wanted me to. Are you sure? I just felt like, well, as vice president and all, that I should help you get started, or something you might like. Yuri reaches in her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know, discuss it if you wanted. This is... How is this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I like despite not me reading much. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read that. I enthusiastically take the book. The music glitched out for a second there. Also, wait. Is the screen slanted? That's what's feeling weird to me at the moment. I didn't really notice it until right now, but... Wait. Like, you notice how the room is kind of slanted? Now then. For you. Well, you can't read it at your own pace. Well, you can read at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Wait, no, it's not just the screen is slanted. Oh, there we go. Now everyone's settled in, and I expect Monica to kick off some extra scheduled activities for the club. Yep. But yeah, basically it zooms in and starts slanting, and you know, all the same. And I had... Okay, so when I was playing this, I had noticed subconsciously that something was off about the background, but it took me a while to piece it together. Partially since, you know, when I pointed out, it's obvious, but... You know, they do it subtly enough that you may not notice if you're not really paying attention to it, if you don't really know what you're looking for, or that even anything is happening. But yeah. And it got more zoomed in for me because I took a lot of pauses, because I kept on being bothered by something, which subconsciously I knew something was wrong, but yeah. That's sort of fun. Anyways, that's what I wanted to point out and talk about. Now, we're not going to watch this whole entire video. I'm about ready to get back to work, but... Oh, there's that. But is what it is what it is. Alright. Stretch out. Oh, I remember the thing which I was going to do earlier when I had some RPG Maker stuff open. How to identify current version MV. Alright, so I'm going to look in the RPG Maker core file. I only have current. Okay, I'll open you in... I guess I need Notepad+. That's what I usually use to edit this. I guess I'll temporarily... yeah. Time to get Notepad++. Notepad++ is a very useful little program. I'll take it. I used to have it installed on my old computer. It's just since this is a new computer, I haven't had a chance to set this one up yet. It's useful for coding. JavaScript in particular. I would like to install it in English, please. Next. I agree. That's fine. Sure. Next up, I do not want a desktop creation. Run it, and there it is, Notepad Plus. Now I can go to, and it was RPG Maker Core, right? Yep. Open it with Notepad Plus. Now where does it list it? .6.2. Okay, so that is associated correctly. Which means I need to figure something out. So there's something which I need to figure out for a second, so I'm going to turn the screen black for a second because I need to log into something. Sorry for the screen to be black just momentarily. It's just something I need to check. Da 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 da. Also, Grayson sent the first Sprite of probably many. Anyways, now it's time to log into the thing, which I actually need to look into. Da 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 da. Set this through. What I'm trying to get access into is I need to check basically the setup of something that was emailed to me. That should be good. But why is it not working there? Checking something, checking something. Take this, remove it from there. JS. Replace that file. Okay. I'm almost good. I'll be able to turn the screen back on just momentarily. It's just one last thing which I need to test. Thanks for being patient with me with all this. Okay.
Hello, file open.
I mean, I still do appreciate it. Open this to you to test you out because I need to see what's up with you. Oh, right. Okay. I figured out what was wrong. I'm really clever. On the bright side, I did figure it out. Which means I can just do this. Okay. This should make everything better. Okay. You guys are going to hear the game in a second, and if it works, then I'll move us forward to the next thing. Ah. Okay. I'm getting it. Move this here. There's one more thing. Sorry about that. Check this. Something which I should do from here. What if I temporarily turn that off? No, that's not the problem. Okay. There's an issue. Well, let me try this then. Checking something. Part of the fun. Part of the fun. Not any of that. So fun. I'm dealing with a technical issue, which also has me to log into something, which is, again, the reason why I have the screen turned off for the second. To see if I can figure it out so I can log out of this, so then I could be like, yeah, That's not it. Okay. Is it one of these things? Oh, well, right. That actually was it. Also, that looks hilarious. Okay, I figured it out. Which just means I need to do one more thing, and the process will be all good. You guys will be able to probably see the screen within the next 30 seconds, and I'll show you something a little silly. Just a little silly. Okay. You guys ready for this? Here comes the screen back to show something kind of neat, but also kind of, oh no. I got the 3D stuff working again, so hey. Bright side, that's all working. Downside, well, I'm sure you can kind of see what's going on and off here, but hey, it's working. Look at those textures. They also work as intended. Though I do want them to be on a 3D tile space, but currently I don't have anything set up like that. In fact, actually, give me a second. I know how to temporarily do that. Temporarily, can I do it like this? This is just for science and experimentation. Give me my science. See? There we go. Look at that progress. There, those are the controls I was trying to remember. For my own quick experimentation stuff, I guess you can call it. So, in the 3D space, what do you guys think currently of how the pulsating tiles decide to work? Seem okay? Before we go on to the next thing. A silence of judgment. That's okay. before the next step. Also, remember those controls are for this, so yeah. At the moment, it's a temporary thing it does. In the end, I don't know, it's probably going to be something else, but we're never going to see it. I know, squishy. It's part of the fun of experimentation. Squishy, squishy. Just wanted to science it out as things come together. It's a good sprite. I honestly, Cyber did an amazing job with it, so. Rolls as it goes. Da, 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 da. Alright. And that's all working, so guess what? We can start actually designing stuff. That's cool. I fixed up the error that we were having. Yeah. That's actually not for grossness. Grossness isn't our primary objective. It's for something a bit later. Out of context, I'll just be it. Context is important. I also want to see if they were possible to animate well, which they worked out fine. Okay. Do we have enough sprites? Yeah, I guess we do. Also, Grayson sent over the first of probably several sprites I'll be receiving. Oh, Discord sent me a message back. All right. There's a long Discord message. They gave me a much more thorough answer than I was expecting. So yeah. That's okay. You don't. In fact, you not knowing what they are is perfect. Sounds silly, but yeah. Then let's get the rollings of a goings. Also, I guess I have to put the music back on. It's not like I want to listen to your music, but Baka. Yeah. Move this around. And they do their job as intended, basically. Okay. Love Sick, audio, background. I'll just click a random song and we'll just listen to it. This one. And I will try to put the new sprite in. It's just a small thing. Yeah, why did I close GIMP? It's because I want to take a break from Sprite, I remember now. But we need it again. Speaking of which, I need to go inside here. Image. Parallaxes. No, we need to go inside tile sets. Actually, yeah, it's tile sets for this one. And then go into B. Keep this open for when I need it, and other things as well. It's a painting for the painting set by Grayson. Grayson did a nice little job. I asked them for some anime kawaii-esque posters, and that one definitely does fit the bill. As we put some different things around the house. Look how kawaii that is. Join the collection of things to put on the wall here. I did say that something exaggeratedly, but hey. Alright, there is something which I actually kind of need to do for a second, which will be off screen for a second. What do you think? Okay, I need to mess with this. Time for me to change a lot of settings. Submenu is fine. Render distance. That's okay, Emily. When mapping. I always forget what MIP mapping is called. It's okay. Default is set. However, that's not what I need to. I want to try and switch it, so I know what I'm up to. Oh, you sent in the mystery. Wow, you are ahead of the curve. I am excited to see. You've gotten a lot done there, Cyber. You've probably gotten more done today than I have. I have gotten stuff done, but yeah. Oh, that looks fantastic. I like your interpretation. I'll show them off right now. Here is Cyber's interpretation of the girl with a few different color schemes. I personally love it. What do you guys feel on it? Now, for colors, the middle one is one which I sort of generate and go towards as well. And I know there can be some mix and match things. Any other ideas or preference here? This one can be a community vote there. Yeah, there, Cyber. I love your interpretation of that, actually. I appreciate it. As I said, you didn't have to follow my color strictly. I just went with it. You like the left one a lot. Alright. Any other takers? What am I there? Middle on Emily's side. Both of the Emilys are in agreement. Sorry to tease there for a second. But yeah. Let the fun of it as it goes. Maybe I'm biased because I didn't realize it when I voted for it, but you are right, that is the closest to the color scheme I provided. But I also personally like the second one. I will say this, the first, I do agree with Colin that the one to the left, the dark hair does add something to making the face stand out more. However, I do like the dark and light color contrast. I do think the second one's my favorite though. Any other takers before we call once, twice, and sold? once. Going twice. And sold to the second one with 3 to 4 votes, or 3 to 1 votes. 1 being for 1 and 3 being for 2. Sorry, 3, you got no votes. To the dungeon with ya. So, 2 seems to be the winner there, which means that's what we're going to be going with. I can agree. Smooth to smooth, type 1, type 2. Alright, continuing with my readings. You're working very hard, Cyber. I think that'll look great too. Anyways, I need to focus back on this. I was just thinking about some things. Let's see. I know there's a way to set this. Oh boy. Checking some things, seeing it twice. Then who is naughty and nice? I guess I need to remember how to do this. Ah, well, I'll do that later. For now, I guess I'm going to design the room. Now, what room do I have? I guess the bathroom is actually the room I have the most stuff ready for. That's kind of a weird position to be in. It's not exactly the room I thought I was going to be spraying first, but it's just the normal bathroom. Sure, let's design the bathroom. I think we have the most stuff for it. Yeah, the bathroom is the one that makes the most sense the more I think about it. It's not exactly what I was expecting to sprite first, but here we are. Cyber is fast. Okay, the bathroom is going to be my goal today was to organize our sprites, and I got the organization done, and to get 1 room of the normal house done of the 12 normal rooms, not the Silent Hill versions. So yeah, I'm going to focus on the bathroom, and then my goals today will be done. And in fact, we're even ahead of schedule, because Cyber being fast as hell means that we're ahead of the curve than I thought we were. I also submitted things to people already, and yeah. Oh, did you not see the 3D earlier? I don't have it in first person yet, and keep in mind this game will be played in first person. The first person will take a little bit of setup, and I'm going to do that on my own time before tomorrow's stream is what I've decided. But the 3D, basically, oh yeah, right now I've set the first person controls, so even though I'm not like playing in first person, I'm playing with first person controls to do it like this. So get ready for that. It's going to be a little bit weird, but I also think it'll add to things. Here's a little bit of a simulation, kind of what it'll be like, but not exactly. Except it'll be, closer to the camera in the eye. can strafe like this, but working as it goes. This is just my test map at the moment, so ignore it. But yeah, in fact, I'll even label it test map. Rolling as it goes, as it goes. Testing as it moves, as it moves. Yeah, we kind of have tank controls right now. I mean, it's going to be in first person, like we won't be seeing the sprite like what we're seeing right now eventually, but yeah. I just personally do not have it set to first person. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, look at lighting. See how cool my lighting system is, because it's really cool. And trust me, you can do a lot more with this. Anyways, the camera thing that happens when I get towards the end of the screen won't be happening when I'm in first person. It's only happening because I'm in third person right now, technically. Praise me in my efforts. Anyways. And yeah, things coming along. There's still a lot more work to get done, but it's starting to come together. To make cube fun. We are a little bit limited because we are kind of limited to cubes and 2D sprites. It is actually possible to import 3D models into this, but it's a little tricky. But the potential is there. I honestly think this game might actually do well, depending if we execute it correctly. Like, it has an appealing little look that hasn't really been done yet. The sprites look good, the 3D is interesting, and I think the concept might be interesting. But hey, we gotta make the game first. I will call this test map. It's good to have a test map in this sort of stuff, so yeah. I guess the first room we're making is normal bathroom, which is quite a name. I won't be able to make the first person version yet, but yeah. The bathroom doesn't actually have to be that big, and on the map, quickly just to get back to my map to kind of figure out the angle I'm going for with it. Doki Doki inspired game, open up concept 3, go back there, yeah. The bathroom is this way, and of course it's one of the locked rooms, so yeah, I'm not going to put the door, I have to organize the doors, the moment I don't have the doors organized, surprisingly, but... Normal bathroom, I guess the size is fine. I'm not planning to advertise as Doki Doki inspired. That's for people that are following the project beforehand on the store page and all that. I will not advertise the fact. In fact, it's not. I guess the bathroom wall tile. This makes the most sense. By the way, I'm going to try and set up the lighting afterwards. So the lighting's going to be kind of weird at first, but yeah. The layout of this bathroom is also going to be kind of weird and bizarre. Please bear with me, because I've got some weird ideas of how this bathroom will basically be laid out. Da, 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 da. Same characters, directions fix. Okay, then I need the 3 by, yeah, you. And you are 3 by 3. So you're gonna be here. Which means I have to get you there. not the autofill tool. Like this, and I make a shower running sound, and probably even some steam effects coming out of it. Oh, that's be a good touch for a later thing, not immediate. Okay. Roll as it goes. This should be a little bit closer than the door is. Okay. Now, a lot of this is going to look wrong at first because I haven't actually set the 3D effects to anything yet. I'm just currently setting the basics up. I hope I'm making enough sense. So basically, everything's going to be like planted to the floor until I code it a little bit later, is what I'm trying to say in basic. And I guess the bin for this one should be Red Haze's famous white bin. I guess I can temporarily just do it like this. It's kind of when I first load into this map, everything's gonna look raw and like be painted to walls and floors and all that, but yeah. There's more work I'm gonna have to do a little bit later, but at the moment I'm just trying to get the layout done. Okay. That should be you. Trash can there. Things to roll with and go. It's you I'm going after. I won't. I guess I do need to get the toilet from different angles. I can make the toilet from different angles, is the thing. I just don't have it coded correctly. But I'll put the temporary one in there while I'm saying there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a multi-angle toilet. That wasn't what I was expecting to do when I woke up today, but it's where we're at now. And I can't even do it is the thing. I just wasn't thinking it was gonna be what I needed to do. Happy like mystery girl. Okay. There's some stuff which I need to hang up more appropriately than where it's going to be immediately. Like some of the stuff I need to like pin to the wall, but I'm not quite at that stage yet to be able to do that. Like this towel rack I'm going to put right here because it's going to go against the wall eventually, but it's going to be like floating in the air when we pass by in just a second. I'm just making a mark of where I want to put it basically. For later. Go over things quickly. Yeah, I do have a toilet paper thing right in here already. I just need to realize which one is the right one. There's the toilet paper. Another thing which I need to attach to the wall, but it's not going to look attached to the wall off the glance. Anything else in here? Oh yeah, shower stuff. That one is actually intentionally supposed to be of this setup. Okay. It's probably more I can get to Sprite later. There's also going to be stuff I'm going to be spriting later with this, so just kind of get ready for that. There's also going to be lights that I'm not going to put up yet. I guess I'll put where the lights are supposed to be and then put the lights later in the right places. So keep this in mind. I've got everything in the completely wrong places. They're going to be floating in places they're not supposed to be floating in and such. But this is just first draft of me trying to think of where to place everything. Okay, calendar's not needed here. All that's good, not in here. Yarn. Okay, not television, trees. Stuff in here is not what I'm going for. Canvas, no. Negatory captain. Setup, setup, setup. Not the trash and things there. Okay. There's some more sprites I'm going to need for this eventually, but I just want to give a quick test. What are we kind of looking at? It's going to look like shit when I first look at this. Just get ready for that. This is going to look like shit, and I already know it. The lighting isn't going to be right or anything. Okay, but turn the camera how I want it to turn to get almost first-person view. Okay. Currently, I'm going to have to pin a few things so they don't, like, turn the direction I don't want them to. And, like, as I said, things are, like, pinned to the floor that aren't supposed to be pinned to the floor, and the lighting is completely off. And there's more sprites I need and other things of the sort. But, hey, progress. Things to be had and much more still to do. But I just wanted to get the basic layout figured out. Your blue sheet? Yeah. It's good though. It works well there. At the moment it does, and it's going to be kind of... the thing is, going over the creepiness thing, it's like, I can pin this to be stuck in one direction so it doesn't turn with the camera with us, and other things like that too. I need to make the toilet so it does turn with the camera with us, and I need to make the things that are here, and I need to change the lighting. There's a few more sprites I need, and like these lights need to hang on the walls, and the lighting in this room needs to change. So yeah. I understand what you were referencing now, though. I was confused for a second. I was like, oh, you mean the curtain. To roll as it goes. Alright. I have a better feel for it now, at least. So we need to change a lot about this room, but that's the process. It worked. Like, Emma's gonna work well here. Trust me on that, please. There is something which I do need to change, though. I'm actually surprised the walls registered correctly. Did I set something on them? They just automatically did that? That is surprising, actually. Why did the walls immediately know they were walls? I need to look at that a little bit later, but they were right. These go up to 3. Yeah. The house is going to have some exaggerations. I was going to mention this bathroom is locked for a while in the game. I know it's kind of weird that the bathroom is locked, but it is what it is. It's not going to be like you get a key to open the bathroom. There's another reason. Now let's get to work. Now that I have a basic... There's more that we're going to basically add to the rooms bit by bit as we do all this. So it's not just a case of... It is... Well, like we're going to make the finished bathroom right now. We're just going to get and use the pieces that we have and then build more on the different rooms as time goes on. And I'll do them all before I do the Silent Hill versions. Just the bathroom is the goal to get done in the basics tonight. Da 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 da. Moving some stuff all around. Select that. Cancel that. All these things to go. More things to check. If you want to use the bathroom, you must ask the landlord. Send that there. Oh yeah, it's just how I roll. I guess then the way to get this correct. Region fun and things to think about. I kind of have an idea of what I need to do. I guess I'm gonna start with the shower curtain. I'm gonna see if I can get the shower curtain to get what I want it to do. This is gonna probably look wrong at first, but I'm gonna use the default value. Okay. So the shower curtain is now fixated into place, but as you can obviously tell, it's not fixated in the right direction. So we got, oh wait, cancel, keep that open. But that's progress. Basically, we need to take care of the stuff going on up here. I guess it's the rotation. What if I put it at a 90-degree angle? 90-degree angle. Yes. Who needs to use the bathroom? You have a personal nurse. Oh, I guess that. Oh. Okay. Closer. That is closer to what we wanted. It's not precisely what we wanted, but it's definitely closer. It's closer to the intended result. I think it's partially the Y thing I have, which is wrong. I think Y should just be 0. Let me test that to see if I'm correct about this. The Y was misplacing it. Yeah, there we go. That was it. So, first things first, the shower curtain. Now, we're not supposed to be able to see the shower curtain, but the shower curtain is working as intended. If I go closer to the first person view, we'll be holding. I do need to make the poles stick out a little bit more. Okay, I see what I need to do with the shower curtain. It'll be part of the fun. I can also make a steam effect when we go into this. I also can make a ceiling to this room. I need to remember how you do the ceiling stuff, though. It's been a hot minute. I also need to think about... I don't normally sprite ceilings, so I might have to make ceiling sprites for these. But we actually can have a ceiling. It doesn't just have to be a black void of nothingness. So we got that going for us. Should I do the ceiling first? I'm going to think about the ceiling. Sure, I'm going to try and figure out the ceiling first. I think I might have an idea. Except... take a little bit of work. Well, I mean, we are trying to release the game. There's a lot more that needs to get done, so yeah. Well, I mean, that's part of the fun of it. There's still a lot more work that we need to get done, that's for certain. It also helps that I kind of, like, I had things ready already. Like, the 3D system is something which I've been messing around with recently, so yeah. The code the ceiling, you do need to do it like that and that. I think I need to make a separate image. Okay. I think it's a map note. So, if I remember correctly, to make the ceiling, I go inside here, I make a map note of MV3D, which needs to end with /MV3D. And I think it's just... And what... I'm going to make a temporary ceiling sprite, but I'm going to probably make my own unique ceiling sprite later. Let's look at the tile sets for a second. A4... I'm going to temporarily make the ceiling, the bathroom ceiling tile the same as the floor tile. I'm probably going to change it to something else later to make it look, more natural, because most people have bathroom tiles on the ceiling, but just to give us a ceiling. 0, 2... with a height of 3. And I might be very wrong of how I'm saying this up. Let's see how that's playing out. I don't think I said it correctly. No, I did not. Or I've set it to another thing. I do need to definitely change the lighting of this room, but first I want to get the other things figured out before that. I need to set up a more custom toilet than I currently have set up. The curtain's set up, though. So that's good. Also, eventually, you'll need to fix the camera, but that's going to take a bit more work than it sounds like initially. Actually, let me check something. I have this in another project. I'm going to check something because I don't have everything memorized yet. I'm going to go to Indigo, which is my apparently go-to exemplification. And to remember something... Yeah, okay, so that was set up like that correctly. And I'll deal with that a little bit. I'll keep this open just as a reminder. If I do MV row 0, 2 by 3, and then 2 by 3, and make that true. Do I have to make it? I guess let's see the result. It probably did not work. This probably was not functional as I wanted it to be. Yeah, it wasn't. But hey, progress. By progress, I mean, like, we know that wasn't it. I guess the ceiling can come a little bit later. I do need to get some other aspects fixed up first. Alright, and the first one, which I can also take, voila, from you. Just to get the basics started. I need to start setting up the different, not the terrain stuff, but yeah. Go into you. Alright, let's do some terrain tagging. I think the only things that need this, like in the bathroom, what things need it? That needs to be a 2D image. That needs to be pinned to the wall. Okay, let me just do some of the pinning to the wall things here first. You would be in the correct position not to rotate to that degree angle. Your rotation needs to be 0, and this would be better off as 0.51. Oh, that's actually another thing I need to fix up about you, right? Scale 1.0 by 1.0. So let's see if the... Oops, I accidentally pressed the wrong thing. Let's see if the curtain... Oh, I made the game super tiny. What the fuck? I can play in the small resolution I've always dreamed of. I am testing. Okay, for starters, did that start saying up on its... No, it's just an illusion of the perspective. So, the good news, I fixed the curtain how I wanted it to be conjoined. But I need to fix the shower thing, or like the towel thing, because I put that a little bit incorrectly. I guess 49. Let's try 48 for a second and see what comes from it. Alright. I'm ready for it to... Oh, hey, actually that worked. I like it when a plan comes together. Let me zoom in closely. Haha, it is a towel. I am so proud of that towel. At least it's hanging on the wall like it's supposed to be. Okay. Which actually, that's what I need to do with the light bulbs anyway. I can change some about your shape, though. The scale's a little bit different than I'd like it to be. Change that to 1.2 and keep that to 1.2. I think that will be a good scale to keep things to. The Y is good, the Z is good, the rotation's good. You need to be kind of similar, except you can be 1-to-1 and... on Z axis, I want to put you to 2, so you're a little bit higher up. But you should be or you have that type of shape. And then I should take this and take the rotation and do something similar here, except you will be a 90 rotation. And I think it's your X variable I need to change. One of these two light bulbs I'm about to mess with is going to be correct, and the other one's going to be incorrect. I need to see which one is correct and which one is wrong. Okay. So that's the light bulb that's correct. And I'll make these light bulbs actually have glow in a second. It's this light bulb that's now floating in midair, though it is casting a shadow, and it looks kind of neat. Alright, light bulb. These light bulbs will actually give off light in a little bit and cast shadows and everything. But not yet. First, I need to make sure this light bulb isn't just floating in the air. But to fix this, I believe I just make this a negative variable. It's just simple math. Oh, and the toilet paper I can set to the right thing as well. So I'll take this, I'll attach the toilet paper to that. And now give it a negative Y thing. The rotation should be fine. The scale is good, except I think maybe the toilet paper should be a little bit smaller. Make it a 1-by-1 scale. And then yay. Alright, a lot more in the room is starting to be the things I actually want them to be. There's a lot more we can add to the bathroom and other rooms over time. Okay, so the light bulb is hanging where it's supposed to be hanging. And now to zoom in to see this a little bit closer, the toilet paper is hanging where it's supposed to be. And yes, the toilet paper is big. I should make it a little bit smaller. But lights are good. Curtain's good. I can cheat my way behind the curtain even though I'm not supposed to be able to do so yet. Toilet needs a 3D model. Toilet paper needs to be a little bit smaller. Okay. I see all what's going on here. So toilet paper, firstly, I'm going to put the scale to 0.7 by 0.7. I'm going to change the y-axis, is good, but the actual height, I think I can raise you by 0.1 and you look a little bit better. In fact, 0.15. Let's see how that fixes up that toilet paper, if I will. we could have a fancy hanging light bulb. I don't think those are in bathrooms. I think that should be for a different like part of the house. All right, zoom in. Let's see what we got. That now that's a roll of toilet paper. Sorry. It's a little bit far from the toilet. I do want to move the toilet more in that direction. I think I'm going to have to cheat for a second to make this work. Because one limitation of the RPG Maker engine... In fact, could I... I have a devilishly devious idea. But it's going to take a little bit of work. But work is my middle name. MV... 3D with a /MV 3D. Now I know the stats I want for that toilet paper, but I do need to make a recollection by looking into my own past. It's Feast Dry's Little Marshmallow I need to look at. I have a test room in Feast Dry's Little Marshmallow with all sorts of wonders, but what I need is some of my NV3 setups. Could you, like, stick the toilet plunger to... Or I have a toilet plunger. Yeah, thank you for reminding me that even existed. Yep. It does make sense, and Wait, maybe I don't get what you're saying. Could you, like, stick the toilet paper to the side of the toilet model, and if you put it against the wall, the paper is against the wall? I see. Huh. But I think I have a method that will be just more effective in the long run. Okay. Here's what I need to pull from my exemplification. So on the B tile set, and it should be... So the toilet paper is right there. That is, in fact, the toilet paper I can tell by looking at. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it is B4 by B 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So B4, 5. The shape is a fence. And then this is when all these other things come in. And this should make it so I can remove this. But I can just place the toilet paper now naturally here and place the toilet here. However, you did also remind me I actually made a plunger sprite specifically, which I should put next to the toilet regardless. I know it's not what you were trying to remind me of, but you did remind me of it. Now let's see if this works as intended. The moment of truth. Even before I glance, I'll go into the close. I need to fix up my... I'll do that. That'll take a while. I'll do that on my own time. Oh. No, it didn't, because it's on the floor now. It's on the floor. It's on the floor now. I was so certain I did that right. Where did I mess up on? This is tile set B. Okay. The example I used was like that. I can look again whenever I need to. Oh! I see part of the problem now. Okay, that makes some more sense. I messed up the coding. I gave it two shapes to be. It needs to be a fence. Another moment of truth. I still didn't fix it. I did fix an error that was legitimately there, though. How will I fix you? Toilet paper. I am doing like fixing the right sprite, right? 0, 1, 2, 3. Toilet paper, if that is your real name. There's a few ways to do this, actually. I'm just trying to try a way which will have me not use like a weird cheating system, which would work, but isn't ideal, if that makes sense. Wait, why does this have a bracket out? Do I need a bracket in for all this? Was the bracket causing issues? Let me remind myself by looking at my other example, which I will keep open because I need to make references to it. Height 2. That is how things work in this world. Now, it wouldn't have been that caused any issues, was it? And I am working with 5, right? Like, just to double check something one more second. Okay, 0 is the right call there. That's okay. Emily, I appreciate it, honestly. You're fine. 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should be B45. But maybe it was the symbol I accidentally attached to the end. I don't think it'd be it, but then sometimes the things that you don't expect. Alright, buckaroo. We're taking you downtown. I guess... It might just be that doesn't work with this system. Sometimes the coding's a little bit different between both of them. So it could just be that the tile set configurations can't take that advanced settings because they're stuff. I guess for starters, put this on back on. I'm gonna fix the toilet up first because I can. Toilets I can figure out. Toilet paper, though, that's too much. 144 by 192. Transparency. It's time to make this new volume. Games. Kokoro. Image. Characters. Whisper it in succulent tones. Toilet. View. Show grid. Open up the character folder. Find and locate the toilets that I shall use for this restroom. Located, seen, believed, heard. I open them into GIMP. I select and I collect. Show grid. 400%. From the front, from the back, from the side. Toilet. Too small. Need more space. Image. Scale image. 384 height. Still by 144. Twice as tall. Twice as big, twice the toilet. Go to 400%. Put down to the bottom variable. 2.5 by 2.5 tiles. The toilet is set, but still unseen. Select the toilet from the other direction. Put it back onto the wall. Toilet. Left then right. The way that the engine rolls. To the right and then to the left. Another toilet. Another dream. No behind. The toilet will never be seen from that angle. No sprite exists, because none need to. Select all three. One stone, thrown, tossed aside. Toilet thrown to the left. Have to angle it just right. 2.5 by 2.5. The pixels don't lie. And then to the right. Same way, but a mirror image of the other. Placed, hopefully correct, exported. Back into the engine. Bathroom. Toilets to set. Toilet. Through here, select an angled toilet from a different name. A different plane. Toilet. Okay, let's see if this actually works out. I mean, that's fine. I am fine with both of those possibilities. Does the toilet work as I want it to? Now when you look at it, it faces you. And also a cheating thing. Look at that high-end toilet. It looks a little unnatural, but that's okay. It looks better than when it just turned towards to face you. That's the main thing that matters here, really. Now, with high-res, rotating, kind of wonky-looking toilet. That's okay. Wonky is this game's middle name. It's alright. It's only going to be like a $3 game. People excuse a little bit of wonkiness. The game itself is good. Da, 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 da. What did I just close? Oh, I just closed the main game. Well, that was silly of me. Well, I did just save, so it is whatever. Uwu Kokoro. Fancy. The toilet is a very weird angle. But it is what it is. I need some reminders of how certain things work. Is it not a fence but a wall? So I know a way I could cheat this toilet into complying. Or I guess the toilet paper cheating into complying. So here's a method. I'm going to cheat this toilet paper into submission. Through. Hopefully the event doesn't stack on top of the other event. If that happens, I'm going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. But here is temporarily an idea I have to make this work. Now make this, because I remember the toilet paper is a little bit big, into 0.7 and 0.7. Make this rise by 1.15. And now make a custom movement at the fastest speed you have before the player can even enter the room. And make it so that the toilet paper moves to the right. It does not repeat its movements. It just does this once. And then never again. And now to the player, it'll be like the toilet paper was there all along. Here's hoping this actually works. Because I feel like there's several things that could go wrong with it. But if it works, then whatever, it works. Oh, look, it works. Well, ain't that just a stinker? Now we too can, except the toilet blocks the toilet paper. It actually, after all that effort to make this work, after all that hard work, I just realized the toilet paper actually makes more sense staying where it's at. Ha, I got it too. So fixed direction. However, there's another thing which I realized I can change about it to make it look a little bit more natural. On an x-axis, make it go up by 40. And I bet this will make the toilet paper look more correct. Hi. A little bit too close for comfort there, Sophie. Voila, look. And now it's not even covered when you're facing it. Except from that angle, it looks... The problem is I need it to sort of face the player. Ah, whatever. A little bit of wonkiness people will accept if the game itself is good. Toilet watching me from the distance. Ah, there's still a lot more to step in this room. But... getting a little sleepy. Alright. So I'm going to do a little bit more work. The reason why I'm thinking I'm going to cut off the stream here is I need to set up the first person controls. I want to do that tonight, and I can set up the rest of the bathroom either next time on stream or when I wake up in the morning or whatever. There is a lot more to be done. But on the other hand, we are a little bit ahead of where I thought we'd be at this point, if I'm going to be honest. So that's great. I am going to still be working. If anyone wants to send me anything over the night or whatever, I will show it definitely when the stream starts tomorrow. Or you can wait for tomorrow. Or whatever. Just, I'm going to continue working on my own time. I'm going to start doing the technicality that is coding the camera to be the first person camera I want it to be. So yeah. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying. We have actually started the progress where the game is starting to become a game, which is good. There's still a lot more to be done for this game, but good progress has been had. With all that said and all that done, I shall probably end off the stream. Hopefully it was enjoyable for all of you. Enjoy. I shall bid you guys a wonderful night for now. Adieu to all of you. Toodles, everyone.